And oh, we're live. So hello there, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. Today we're finally doing another episode of Random Rambles. So I know we were talking about it. I think the last one was in January, right? Because I think we totally missed February.
Yep.
Then...
it's been a month.
But it's all good.
More than a month, actually, probably. Since our last Random Ramble. You know, things have been pretty busy, especially in the gaming world. You know, a lot of new games comes out.
Yep.
Updates.
I know. Yeah, I know. Lately, I've been playing nothing but Monster Hunter, and it sounds like you have been as well. And then,
I mean, hey, same, yeah. Other than dailies, I basically stuck on Monster Hunter the whole day.
How many? So when you say dailies, how many gacha games are you currently playing at the moment?
I mean, the game number has always been the same, right? Genshin's and I'd say like around 8 or 9, I think. It's just like how many accounts I'm
right, which is
before.
Wait, so what are they? So you said so. Let me see if
Genshin,
I can guess.
So Genshin, all the Hoyo games, right? Genshin, Zenless, Honkai Star Rail, and then Wuthering Waves, Punishing Grey Raven.
Oh right, I remember you talking about that one.
Yeah, Girls Frontline, and then Nikkei. Oh, that's 7. Oh wait, Snowbreak 8. Okay, there we go. So there's 8, and then I started Infinity Nikki.
Ooh, have you been liking that one or?
I haven't gotten into that too much. I mean, I like the visual. I like the aesthetic. I like the story. I mean, I haven't gotten too far, but like the story is like somewhat interesting. But the gameplay is
not quite what you like.
Maybe I'm just not a platformer person, right? So
I can see that. Like
I wouldn't. I'm not saying I hate it. It's just not it's not something that I'm craving for.
Right. I would say like it's just if you haven't like grown up with platformers, I could see like the reason why I love it so much is because of that, right? Like I get that joy from kind of reliving some childhood memories there, and then and the game itself is really good. And
the platformer games that I used to play was like the Disney stuff, like the Hercules and like
like the Lion King and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, like those games, like Tarzan, and like that's like super basic, and it's like on PS1. So like, it's not exactly like it's not bad game. It's just not iconic either.
But you never played like Spyro or Mario or
nothing like that. Yeah, those are like the platformer games. Like if you ask some people, right?
Right.
So yeah, I never played those games, so I don't really have I don't really understand the charm of it, I guess. That's how I would put it.
But I'm interested to see if you do get farther in it, because I think there's like one point that I really like in the game that it does with the story and everything, where it eventually will tell you to go and craft like a 5-star outfit, which like in order to craft it, you need to go and then interact with a bunch of other parts of the game. So it almost like crafting this outfit is like kind of teaching you how to go and play with every other part of the game, which is I think very cool.
I think that's a great way to implement a game design, I think.
And also
it's like
okay. No, go ahead, continue.
Like making the game system like interact with each other, I think that's like the best way to design a game.
Right. And it's like one of the things I really do like too in gacha games is when they give you, like, in order to keep you into the game, I like how they're adding in these, like, they call them miracle outfits, but the 5-star outfits that, they're good 5-star outfits, and then you can just, they just take a while to grind up to, which feels much better than trying to spend your time grinding for just random equipment and everything, right?
That's
and
fair.
It's like, I like it when gacha games do that. They give you, like, a character or something that you can work towards, and then it's like, it's tangible.
Like working towards like I feel like gacha games is basically like you working towards something, right? The game is always about grinding, whether it's like in Nikkei, like grinding for outfits or like grinding for the premium currency.
I think it's I guess the thing I don't quite like, at least with a lot of like the Hoyoverse games, right, is that it's a grind that doesn't have an end, because it could end really quickly if you get super lucky on like some of the artifacts or the gear, but then it could take you forever. So it's like you could get a new character and then never be able to use them because you can't get gear that's actually useful for them.
It's
And then,
very luck dependent.
Mhm.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
So like that's where
I
it's
think-
like I like give people still a grind to do, but it's not luck dependent, and then like after a certain amount of time they're done. Which I
but
feel
that's
is always
the problem, right? On an online game, that's a problem, right? You don't want people to stop playing your game.
So I think from a game perspective, that's not a bad thing. I think it's more on a statistics perspective. That's where it looks bad and where you're trying to like a businesses. But
Yeah.
like if you let people
When-
stop your game, then they won't get burnt out and they'll come back again later. But if you force them to play your game forever,
See,
but
that
give
doesn't
them
bring
little
in
to
the
no
money. Usually, people that are like super casual like that usually doesn't bring in the money. The one that bring in the most money will be the one that's like log in every day, and then swipe on every banner. You know,
but you don't need to make
S6,
millions
R5,
every.
E6. I mean, they do in fact have to make millions.
Not every
Most
game
games
does.
Most live service games that doesn't make like couple millions every month doesn't really survive. Usually they end up in like EOS. Have you noticed
that always
Like
true?
a lot of those games would end up like if it happens once, like if it happens during like a filler version or something like that, sure. But like if it happens like regularly, usually they would go EOS.
I don't know if that's the case for every single one, but because it's like I feel like so long as you're making more money than what you're spending on the game, then it's fine,
Yeah,
right?
but
And
like
then-
but like the spending on the game is not exactly gonna be cheap either. Like considering it's an online game, it's see the problem with online games is that like there is the game development cost and then there's the upkeep cost. It's different from like if you're making like for example, right? If I'm making Elden Ring, I put in a lot of money once, and then like like sure like again, Elden Ring is a bad example I guess because it has online component. Let's say like Kingdom Come, like maybe that's a better example, or like Avowed. Like you put in a lot of money up front, you develop everything, and then like the game is gonna generate as much money as like how many people buy it, and then that's it. You don't have to like spend any more money technically, unless you're doing like an expansion and stuff like that. But like online game is different, right? You gotta manage the servers, and those servers require like you need to have people that are like watching those servers in case like anything goes down, and then like
but it's like I would like to know what the actual cost is for upkeep, because there are some games that, like for instance Guild Wars 1, right? That is an online game that is like it's decades old and very few people play it, but the developers have said so long as they are still running, like those servers will be up, because the upkeep for them is just not like it doesn't cost them like anything, and they make more money off of that than it costs. So it's like,
see, I
is
think
it really?
I think that might also play a part because they don't have a lot of players. They don't need to like rent as big of a server, right? If you're a big game company, right? Like if you're a small game company, you don't have to like it's a high like upfront cost probably, because like you're probably gonna have to like pay more. But like if you get like a sustainable income, that makes sense. But like as a company, like as a big company, that's a different matter, right?
Wait, what do you? I'm not sure.
Well,
because like
if you're a bigger company, the server has to be bigger first of all. Like we don't know how much it costs. Like no, the server.
Why
has
does it have to be
able
bigger?
Handle more. Well, it has to be able to handle more players. Like for example, like something like Genshin Impact, they have like 100, at least like registered, right? They have like 100 million players. Like if your server is like one of like second tier or something like that, it wouldn't be able to handle players.
Right.
And then
But
like
if
people
you
would
lose,
complain about it.
but then if you lose, players and stuff, and you are no longer pulling in that consistent amount, you don't keep a server that big anymore. You
It
reduce your size
depends.
and go down.
It depends. Which players did you lose? Did you lose the free-to-play player or did you lose the spender? Because like if it's something like Guild of War, I think Guild Wars free to play or Guild Wars is like subscription.
It's a
'Cause that also
buy.
plays
It's
a
a buy
part.
once. It's a buy once and you're done.
It's a buy once. Okay, like let's see. Guild Wars 1 you said?
Yep. Because like I feel like if you are losing players, right, or if you have a smaller server size, then you reduce the servers that you need. And like for a game like Genshin, it's not like an MMO,
Well,
right, where it's like your characters
Genshin
are
cannot,
tied.
Yeah, Genshin can. Well, I don't.
Like the thing is, we
Genshin
don't really
couldn't
know how their
exactly-
backend works, right? So it's like we're
Yeah.
speculating here on what.
Yeah. We
But,
are
like, to me,
there's a
that's what-
heavy speculation, but
Hmm.
I think like if you're smaller, it's easier to move around. You can even create your own server if you're smaller. If you're a smaller game, right? Or if you know like where the gamers like are like concentrated on, you can always like, oh, let me like it's much more flexible and like nimble for a smaller company to like move around and then like change things up
I
compared
think a
to like
bigger
something
company
like
can as well. Like,
well,
'cause
no,
I
for example,
think-
like if Genshin, for example, when Genshin
Mhm.
like launches, obviously they're gonna have like a contract with like whatever like companies like providing the server. Like the contract have a time, right? Like and like if the player counts doesn't reach that, then like
but with a
they still
game
have
like
to keep it.
Genshin, what is actually even going over the server, right? Unless you are doing multiplayer. If you're
Mhm.
single player, you're not really sending that much stuff. Or at least I would think you're not really sending that much data over all the time.
Yeah.
Like,
No,
So
that's
it's
fair.
like-
I mean, even multiplayer
Mhm.
game doesn't send that much data. Like we
Right, right.
clearly know that. Is just like the server has to be powerful enough to handle multiple client at once.
right. And that I
Because
can
the
see,
game,
but you can.
even when it's single player, the game is still online, right? You
Mhm.
still have to connect to the server, like which is ass.
Right.
That's how
But
they
you
design
can,
it.
but you can add or remove that stuff, like extra server stuff, like, or at least I'm almost positive you can do that because I know Final Fantasy has done that before. When their expansions come out, they'll add extra server space onto it because they know a bunch of people will be coming in, and then I'm assuming they probably get rid of that server space once people, as the expansion goes on and people die off. But
I mean, is the server still around?
the servers are still there. Yeah, you can still like sign on, but like there's the way that the technology has advanced with this stuff. I'm almost positive you can just add or remove like extra stuff as needed or extra capacity. I don't know. I
Well,
know
that-
I'm not using the right terminology with this, but
Yeah, no, like I'm probably not either. I don't exactly have
Mhm.
like a lot of like knowledge. It's just like common sense, right? Like obviously like you maybe can like again like we don't know how
Mhm.
things work back there, but like for example like earlier when like the example I made like
Right.
something like Guild Wars is like very niche, right? There's a possibility
Oh,
that
yeah,
they
yeah,
just
it's-
host their own server at that point, and like that would be really like way much cheaper than like hiring whatever other company to like handle it.
doing another company. Yeah, this is.
Because like most
I
games
would love to
probably
look up-
have like you know would go to like another like a third party company that like has like all the servers. Like I forgot what example one example I could have used, but like a company that handles
Mm.
like server management, and then they just bought like basically like a plot from there, right? Like some of the power from the server. Like oh, I'm gonna
If that's the case, then I could definitely see how lower end, like for instance, gotcha games that you were talking about earlier, could definitely close down because of that. I feel
Yep.
like a higher end game that wants to survive wouldn't do something like that. They would host that in service, but who knows? Like it.
Yeah, it really depends on the company size
Yeah,
too,
yeah.
right? Like a
Mhm.
company that's big enough may be able to like build it themselves. Like for example, Genshin like ended up making like their own like power plant and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, there's a nuclear
Which
power.
means like that's a lot of like
yes. Mm.
like it or not, making a nuclear power plant is not
Yep.
cheap.
Mm-hmm.
And like but also like other than that, like obviously like a bigger server requires bigger moderation team, which has to be paid regardless whether there's like you know they gotta be paid on the clock, like they still have to be there.
You say that, but I know that's one of the. I feel like that in QA is one of the big things that companies always cut first. Is the
I know, right?
it's the
That's the
unfortunate
problem.
thing. Mm-hmm.
It's the unfortunate thing, even though like, it's the necessary part. Like the player experience is like the biggest thing that they
Yep.
should have like focused on.
There's a joke in IT where it's like, oh, how do you? It's like, what is it? Oh, look at that. We fired all our QAs and now we don't have any bugs in our code. They must have not been. And it's like you don't have bugs in your
Exactly.
code because nobody's finding them, and then.
See
But
that's why you don't report all of the bugs immediately. Just keep it like steady so they keep you around and be like, hey, there's still this bug on this game. Shit, man.
No, what you
I guess
need to
gotta
do
keep
is
me
find
around
it.
for a couple more months. What was that?
No, it's like I've known of people that have like they've been at companies and the only reason they're at the company is because they know this one really rare specific tool that it only does one thing, but if it ever goes down, the company cannot function.
Yeah,
And so, like,
I think that's fair. And then like that's the perfect thing that you should never share to anyone, so they will keep you as much as possible. Yeah, exactly.
Which is they
This
always
is why,
warn you
like,
to not be that person, but
Yeah.
at the same time, it's
Nah.
like it works.
Nah. Yeah, no. They warn you to not be that person because they don't want to keep hiring. They don't want to keep you around.
Right.
So you gotta,
They want to be
you
able to
gotta
get
share
rid of
those so we can kick you out. See, that's why we'll never share. That's kind of a shit. Yeah, that's why like when you work in like something that involves like solving problems, you never like fully solve the problem, because if you fully solve the problem, then they'll just fire you, or they'll never call you again. You never make a perfect, you never do a perfect service or like like make a perfect product, because if you do that, those people like either the people that bought the product never comes back, or like the people that used the service never will call again.
Although I will say that is very dependent on if you are a full-time employee or a contractor. If you're a contractor, you need to do a good job. Otherwise, they have no problems cutting contractors. Like,
That's fair, right?
but a full-time employee, they're a little bit more lenient
I
on.
mean, at that point, there's nothing to lose at that point. Like if you're a contractor, right? If you do a good job, they're gonna fire you. If you don't do a good job, they're gonna fire you either way.
Yeah,
You know,
especially depending on the company. So,
yeah.
but yeah. So,
I think like I think the game up cost in general, and also like the problem is that like a lot of those big game companies, they have investors.
that's the.
They expect a certain amount of like money and growth from the game.
Well,
So-
that's the annoying thing is that they always like with the stock stuff always wants exponential growth, right?
Yeah.
And it's crazy because it's like so long as you're making money, it should be fine, but the stock market doesn't want that, and
You need to make more money every year. That's how it works. That's
Wh-
why
which
if
is-
you're seeing Genshin, like they do like 8 banner reruns or something like that.
well, which is why it's so
Chronicle
annoying that
Wish.
like that stuff because it's very like short-sighted, right? So like they'll hire
It is.
people in that are like, oh, we'll raise your company or your value over like the next 2 years or something, but then the process in which they do that pisses everyone off, and so like they make a bunch of money, then they leave to go to the next company, but then after they leave, everyone's so pissed off that the company just starts to die because all their customers are gone. Like,
But they don't care, because they're
'cause-
just they're just financially invested. They're not like emotionally invested.
'Cause-
As soon as like they got the money, they can always bail anytime.
because like I'll say like one thing, I've been getting into this. I've been getting back into TCGs and everything, right? And I've been looking at like recently since the main one I got into is Pokemon, and Pokemon is just it's a really good card game to collect and everything. The problem is scalpers have been running crazy over the past couple of months. Like I'm sure you've probably seen the stuff on Twitter and everything, right? With them going absolutely crazy. But
Scalper has always been going batshit crazy.
Yeah.
50-90, where are you at?
but
Why
like
do you cost like $5,000?
But it's like you can't get any Pokemon stuff. So I've been trying to relook and going back over like other card games and everything. And I'll say some of them are very scummy, but one that makes me really sad is Magic. Because I used to play a lot of Magic the Gathering and collect it. And Magic was recently bought up by Hasbro, right? The
Oh
toy
boy.
company. And
Yeah.
during COVID, the Magic the Gathering and actually all of Wizards of the Coast, which also handles like D&D and
Mhm.
Warhammer and stuff as well, like they were the only part of Hasbro that was profitable and keeping the company afloat. And despite all of that, Hasbro still said that's not enough. You need to double, or like maybe not even double. I think it was like even like triple your revenue within the next like 5 years or something like that. And over the course of these 5 years that have been going on, it's like prices on their Magic stuff has been going up. They've been doing secret layers like that are super expensive. They've been doing a lot of collabs, and now like Magic used to have its own like world and fantasy, but now half of the Magic products that will be coming out are other IPs. So they're going to be doing things like Final Fantasy, super
Yeah,
or
do the
Marvel.
mainstream stuff.
Yeah,
make
yeah,
more
all
money.
like Marvel superheroes. I think one was like Avatar: The Last Airbender. I think there was a SpongeBob one that they were talking about. So there's
That is so insane to listen to. I'm not gonna lie.
and so like a lot of people, even though Magic is still going strong, a lot of people are getting pissed off at it right now. And you know, like the original fans are like, you know, it's Magic's really expensive. We're not getting a lot out of it, and it doesn't even feel like Magic anymore. And while people are still there, I feel like it's going to reach a point where eventually people will just say, nah. Like, I think if a new TCG comes out that is close to Magic, I think people will probably go to that if it's big enough. Which is
Yeah,
what I think.
I can see that happening.
Mhm.
It's been a trend these days that like companies love doing that.
Yeah. And it's just so sad because Magic, like I said, Magic was making money. And they just said, nope. And just completely.
I mean, I feel like this is like the just the trend, like a big trend that is happening in like the gaming industry so far. Like a lot of games these days are like made like modernized, like casualized, like in order to bring in like a bigger audience. And like up to a certain point that's fair, but like once it starts like damaging its own like image and like, you know, I'm changing the core aspect of the game that like the like the old fans liked, I think that's going too far. And then at that point you start like losing like the game's like identity.
Right, because I think that's what somebody mentioned when it came to Assassin's Creed, right? Have you heard about all this stuff with the new Assassin's Creed that's coming out?
I keep saying that because they keep fumbling so much.
Right.
Every single week there's something new.
But like the one thing that somebody brought up that which I thought was very interesting is like there's, you know, it has the Assassin's Creed, you know, gameplay with the stealth and everything and the combat, but then it also has things like housing and I don't know, like decorations and all this other stuff. And it's like, why do you have that in an Assassin's Creed game? Like, what benefit does that have? And it doesn't.
Even,
but
like the fact that they even added like this samurai guy, like a lot of people were like, oh, like, but there is like a Japanese person in the game. Like, look at like Naomi, like, which is like the female ninja. Like, this doesn't, and like, if that's the only character in the game, people would have been fine. Like, I'm telling you right now. Like, it doesn't matter if it's a guy or a girl. Like, the problem is that like the game is called Assassin's Creed. Why is there
and you're not
stealthing
in
the game? Yeah. Why is there a guy like rushing, like body slamming a door?
Right. And not like trying to sneak around
everyone while screaming and like, bro, that is not Assassin's Creed. There's like a whole different game.
Yeah,
yeah, like, and that's the problem, right? Game is trying to like appeal to more people in order to bring in more profit. And the problem at the same time ended up losing, like, you know, the people that used to play the game. So like, does it really bring them profit?
Well, that's the thing that I think a lot of people have been saying is that like they keep talking about how making a video game, the cost of it is like ballooned over the years. But the reason why it's ballooned is because they're adding in all these extra features that don't really matter.
I mean, there's also the fact that like life is just getting more expensive in general, right? Like the
true. That's another thing, and the fact that video games have been
But
pretty
yeah, those
consistent
are
with their
like
pricing has been.
yeah, I think those are like a multiplier that only applies because they are also doing all that like useless shit. Because like,
Right,
if
right.
they didn't do those useless shit, they don't have to pay the developer as much technically.
Hmm.
That's like less work hours, bro, which means less expenses. But apparently they cannot think that far. I don't know. Apparently, like people that make millions a year does not have like good
Well, it's
math
never.
skills.
How should I put it? It's never the people that know the right about the stuff that get promoted upwards, right? It's or the people that care, right? Because it's like a developer that knows a lot about the game. They want to still be a developer and make games. They don't want to go up into management or other stuff. So they hire other people that do.
I just don't get the idea in the management. Like, why are they so obsessed in like making everything like short term? Like not all of them. Like some game companies still does like really well. Like trying to like
It's
at least like make a balance, right? Like between like appeasing the investor and like appeasing the customers, right?
right, but the thing
That's
is,
the
like, you
whole
can't
point.
prove you can't prove that you're doing your job if you don't have those big numbers, right? Like that's
why
the annoying
publicly
thing.
traded company is
Yeah.
always gonna be an asshole. Like gonna be an asshole. That's why everyone should, every company should stay like Steam. Just be private.
Just be private. Yeah, yeah.
Like
It
look
would-
at the companies that are like stay private. They made Larian Studio. They made Baldur's Gate. Like look at it. That shit ain't gonna happen if the company is like publicly traded.
I would love to know. This is where I need to look more into the stock market. But I'm like, I want to know what is actually like, what is the benefit of going public, right?
Fund injections.
Yeah, and so I guess if you have big ambitions, maybe that can be very useful. But it's like, I feel like a lot of people go public, maybe not for the right reasons, and then that causes problems later.
It's because they want the money up front, right?
Right.
Big cash infusion means that you can add a percentage of those to your bonus.
And I bet a lot of people
bonus.
that do it too probably leave the company after it goes public, right? So like you go public, you make a bunch of money, and then you leave, and then
I mean some of them actually just sold the company when they do that, right?
right,
When they
exactly.
make it go live, yeah, and then they retire with all the millions of dollars that they made.
Say it's not bad, but it's just frustrating for the consumers.
Yep, really does.
But all right, that's been kind of that was a bit of a tangent there. But
I mean, it's not really a tangent because the game that we're talking about today, like that we're about to be talking about, is Monster Hunter Wilds,
yes,
which is
Wild.
technically a game that is created to appeal to more people.
But they've, I think, have done a very good job of it, because the only complaints I've heard about are performance issues, right? Which I think is
Performance issue is fucking awful, but like even the things that they did good, you can kind of see they're trying to like tiptoe like you can kind of see they're trying to casualize, like simplify some of the experience, and also like appeal to like a more like quote unquote modern audience. Like for example, like
it's kind of like the Elden Ring of Monster Hunters, is what I think people have been saying.
In some ways, like which makes sense because like I don't know, like that has also been a trend, like people trying to like make things more simple, more casual, more safe, so they can promote it to more people. And like I think Monster Hunter is like one of like the good, like the better example, but like at the same time it's still a direction that I don't want to see in a way.
So what are your, I guess, thoughts on it, right? Because you've been playing it a lot. Well, we've both been playing it a lot the past couple of days. So like, do you like? What do you like it? Do you not like it? Like, what's?
Oh, shit! I pressed the wrong. I had a review on Steam that I was trying to make earlier. And then I backed. Like I lost the thing because I didn't post it. I think.
I guess first before that, have you played other Monster Hunters besides Wilds before this, or
World? Like
World.
Is the
Okay.
one I
Okay.
played. Yeah. I didn't play Rise because like the game is definitely, it's
It
definitely
was made for
noticeable
the
that
Switch,
game
and
is
you could
like,
probably tell. Yeah.
yeah. So I was like, I went from world to this, probably nah.
Mm. They
So
always
yeah,
do kind of have their, like how Monster Hunter does their stuff is like they'll have a main series or like a flagship game, which is what Worlds and
and then
Wilds
the
is.
spin-off.
And then it's kind of like a spinoff where they test a lot of like crazy ideas, and then depending on what works, that'll then get rolled into like the next game.
I'm just hoping that when they did the PC port, they actually, it's a PC port.
Hmm. They
Like,
did. I heard a lot of good
clearly-
things about the Rise port, so or at least nothing too bad about it.
I think performance-wise, yes, but like the game design and everything like that, you can clearly tell that the game is not made for PC.
So what do you mean by that? Like
Technical aspect, right? The flat texture stuff like that.
oh, that okay, yeah. No, because it was still
And
like they may have
and,
high
the
res some
world
of it,
design, like yeah,
Mhm.
obviously it's not gonna be able, like they're not gonna change some of like the.
oh, you mean how it was very
core
segmented? It was a lot
design.
more like
Yeah.
older Monster Hunter, where it was like
Yeah, it just feels like if you're going from World to Rise, it feels like a step back, at least for me.
I could see that, especially if World
in
was
the
the
yeah.
only Monster Hunter game that you had played before.
Yeah.
Whereas like for a lot of people like me who have played Monster Hunter for a while, it would feel more like familiar, right? Because World would be the one that felt very
World
awkward.
would be the weird one.
Right.
But also, World has been released longer technically than Rise, so it just feels weird.
Oh
when
yeah,
a
yeah.
company does
It's
like
just
something better. Like clearly they can do something better, and then like, oh, here, by the way, here's something that is like less than better.
so. Well, I think the reason why they did that, right, was because it was on the Switch, and
Yeah.
the reason why they wanted to go back to the Switch is because Monster Hunter was always on like the DS family, and that was
On the
very
console. Mhm.
right. But that was one of the reasons why it became so popular, because everyone could get together and play. Like the amazing thing about the 3DS is that you could just play locally with a bunch of people, and
Well,
a lot of people.
Unfortunately, they released Steam Deck, so now you can play World with friends and families.
Does World play well? Because I hear Wild definitely doesn't play very well on the Steam Deck.
Oh, it runs fine on
Okay,
on
okay.
the ones. I mean, it won't run full 60 FPS. I think it run 45 or something.
Okay.
Because I've tried it before. I think I have it on my Steam Deck actually. I just never played it there because like I already finished the game before. Well, no, I wouldn't even call it finished. I think I'm like the end game.
Mhm.
I didn't fully finish the end game, but like I played like a substantial amount of the game.
Okay.
So yeah, I like World Rise. I gave Rise like a couple hours. Didn't really enjoy it, so I stopped playing the game.
I think that's
But-
fine. And then, so what have your thoughts been on Wilds then with that experience?
Wilds is actually really good. Like in terms of like the improvement that they did is definitely noticeable in a lot of like the combat, like for better or for worse.
So with the what
I
weapon
like
are
it
you
more.
playing?
Oh, Insect Glaive, obviously.
Insect Life. Okay.
I'm an Insect Glaive
Nice.
main. The first time I tried it in beta, you weren't able to bounce off the enemy. So I was like, what the fuck did they do to this weapon?
Did they change
Because
that?
I
Or?
tried it so many times. Yeah, I know. Apparently, like the beta, like that's the very first beta, right? So like
Mhm.
I'm assuming like there's some problem with it, or like they're trying to iron things out.
Right.
Like apparently after that, like a lot of people that tried the game in like the second beta and stuff are like, oh no, it's fine. Like the Insect Glaive like works just like the way it used to be.
Okay, nice. Because I know, so I've been playing the Charge Blade, although I recently found out that honestly I really should have looked at all the weapon changes, because the Switch Axe I might be going over to play that again, because I originally played that back in like 3U and 4 and stuff, and then switched over to Charge Blade. But man, they've added in some cool counters for Switch Axe, which looks very cool, and I think even Greatsword has a counter now as well. So it's like, man, they've added in so much cool stuff to all these weapons that it feels very awesome. So
Yeah, I completely agree. Like the game is definitely feels like a step forward
Yep.
in a lot of parts. It's just on some parts there's like I think there's a
I don't like how questing
that I
is kind
like.
of done. That's like the one thing I'm not a huge fan of. Like, because I liked before having the downtime and sort of the wait in between quests. because like now I keep forgetting about my food buff a lot of times. Because like you put it
No,
on once.
I actually like the open world ones because that means like yeah, that like I
Mhm.
like the less downtime actually. What I then
Mhm.
enjoy is that like at like the game world design, it
Mhm.
still feels like world, except
Oh
like
yeah,
now
definitely.
instead
Just a
of like
different.
loading screens, yeah, they just put one path like between the two maps. Because that's how they design it, right? Every time you want to go to a new biome, you have to go through this one specific path
Oh, you don't fast
that's
travel
gonna
there,
bring you.
or?
Well, no, you can fast travel there, but when I'm saying like in terms of like you know how
Mm.
people call it like open world and stuff. No, it's just like you know, it's just the
It's
same thing as world. It's that except like instead of
open
like a
zone,
loading
right? Is
screen,
the.
yeah.
Mhm.
Because like in worlds, for example, you have like if you want to go to like Elder's like recess or like guiding lands, then you have to go to the loading screen,
Yep.
right? You
Yep.
have to go back to the camp and stuff like that, and then choose another location and stuff. And now you don't have to do that. You can travel physically. It's just through like this one single path. So instead of like a loading screen, you're walking through a path.
Okay, I've never actually tried doing that, going from one end to the other. I always just fast travel
What do
there
you
myself, but.
what do you mean? You have to do that through the story, right? Where they like brought you to the new
Oh
areas.
well, I mean, I just kind of talked about like that's just kind of story
No,
stuff,
but
right? So
no, but that's literally them showing you like the connection, like the
I know,
path
but
connecting
I've
between the
never
two
done that.
areas.
I've never done that outside of the story. is I guess what I'm saying.
No, what I'm saying is that like they're not doing anything new. It's just
Mhm.
changing a loading screen into like a freaking interactive like
Right,
walking
right.
simulator. Which personally I don't like. I like that I don't have like it feels weird, right? At least when I do fast travel, the loading like it's really fast, like the
Mhm.
transition.
Oh yeah,
So I
the loading
appreciate
times are
that.
super fast. Hmm.
But yeah, the path at that point you might as well not add the paths because clearly it's not doing anything. Like it's actually much faster for me to like just fast travel from the map over like going through the path. But you
Well,
can, I guess.
but that's always going to kind of be the case, right? When you're going from one side of the map to the other side, like.
No, but like think of it like this. Like imagine like if Genshin Impact, you can only go to Leah like from like Mondstadt to Leah from one specific path, and then every other path, every other way is like covered with like cliffs and like walls.
See, the thing is,
Wouldn't
I
that
just don't think I interact with
suck?
games that way. So it's like to me, I don't think that would matter. But I could see if you're very big into exploration or you like doing that kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
if you like if you like an open world game, like when people when people like when the game like before the game was released, they were like touting this game is going to be like open world, right? And
Did they? I don't. I don't know. I guess that's kind of one of the things where it's like I never expected it to be that way because I know Monster Hunter and I didn't think that they would ever do it that way. But
I guess it's just difference in expectation. That's
right,
what I'd
right.
say.
Mm.
I think it wasn't worded that way, but I think it was worded like the like you can fully explore the world with like loading screen or something like that, and like you can technically because everything is connected. You don't have to go through like a single loading screen to like go through the whole map. Technically,
Right, right.
it's just the way they design it is like there's one path for each area, and also the area is like sequence. So like for example, if you want to go from like the desert to like the ice area, you have to go through the forest and like that, like you know, it's there's only one way there. So yeah, I wouldn't. It's I guess it's a different, yeah, like I said, a different expectation. You know, when people say like open world, I'm expecting like you be able to go anywhere from anywhere. Kind of like in
Okay.
Infinite Nikki, for example, or like in like you know in like Genshin
Oh, yeah,
Impact or like Wuthering Waves.
Yeah, those
you
are definitely very
approach
open.
yeah,
Mm.
yeah, you can approach a location from multiple direction in like multiple ways.
Mm.
Not this game. I mean, not you know this is like I probably say this is more a nitpick. I still score the game pretty high in my opinion because the overall gameplay is still pretty like really good. I'd say improve for better or for worse because like the combat feels fast. No, the battle like the hunt feels too fast, I think. The combat,
Some
I like the combat is faster, but I don't like
Mhm.
how fast like the monster dies now.
Well, I think because I think we both just entered high rank right at the moment.
Yeah.
Is kind of the main thing, and so
Yeah,
like I
no,
think
but even when you played World back then, is it's overall slower. Like even like when I was studying World, like back then, like during like fighting the first like that freaking like yellow lizard, like it takes like 20-30 minutes to beat it with like the
But that
first
was
weapon that they gave you.
but that's your first Monster Hunter game. It definitely didn't take me that long to do it. Like, and so like I feel like Monster Hunter games are always easier, even if you've never like if you have previous Monster Hunter experience. I think that it carries over, and your hunts do become faster. Although I have heard, in general, that the game is a little bit easier, but I do think a lot of
It's
people
way
are.
easier. I'd say it takes half the time to like finish most hunting.
I think you're just also ignoring your previous experience as a hunter in general, but
My Monster Hunter, I don't think I'm the best like Monster Hunter player ever. Like
mm,
I'm someone that doesn't really read guides and stuff like that. And like most of the time I didn't upgrade my armor, but like it's
mm,
necessary to upgrade the armor in the first game. Like when you're playing the
no,
story, right? This is talking low rank. When we're
in
talking low
worlds,
rank, for example, yeah. Like
I've
like
mm,
when you first play and you're fighting the yellow lizard, like the first boss, right?
yep,
And then you saw the Anjanat, like the T-Rex,
mm,
he will kill you in one shot. Like no, it just doesn't matter.
no,
Like when you started off playing the game, if he hits you, you die instantly because he's so far away in terms of level.
not really. Like it all depends like on what you go in with. Because I went through Monster Hunter Worlds 3 times, so I know like definitely the first time went through took a while, but like the time I was doing it on the third playthrough, I was
No,
able
I'm
to kill
talking.
stuff.
I'm,
Like
I'm talking about the difficulty, like the Anjanat. Like when you first started
yes,
the game,
he doesn't
it
kill
doesn't
you in
matter.
one shot
It doesn't
though.
matter. He kills you in one shot because your armor different level is like so high.
It depends on the move. It depends on what your move you're talking about, right? So if he's doing that like
Most
charging,
of his attack does because he like especially
no,
that's
no,
like the one that involves the fire,
right?
the one that burns you. Most of his attack would instant kill you because his level he's like a couple tier above. Like you start hunting him like I think.
But
Like
those
couple
those are
chapters
very
in.
telegraphed attacks, right? And I think you can once you get experience with them, you're able to dodge that stuff. And it's more
Well,
like
no
the tail
shit,
whips and
but
stuff
like
that.
no shit, but the monster, but that kind of like enemies doesn't exist in wilds. You only fight one specific monster at a time.
No, I
most
have
of the
definitely
time.
gotten almost like
have
once.
you like
Mhm.
when you're playing wilds, for example, like when you go to the desert, right?
Mhm.
And you're supposed to chase like and then you encounter like the this is kind of a bit of spoiler because this is like I
Yeah,
think an
no,
hour
it's
in.
fine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you meet the chicken, right? The fire chicken.
The
Queen
fire. Oh, the one.
The
Okay,
chicken
I want to
dinosaur.
consider him a chicken. He looked more like a dinosaur to me, but yes, I know
Yeah,
what you're talking.
he's a
Mhm.
yeah, he's Anjanat, but like with chicken like freaking head. But like when you're chasing them,
Mhm.
there is no suddenly like the freaking like Raydal, like the lightning monster coming in and killing you, or like Arkfell.
But you
Like
do
there is
eventually.
no middle level monster. Like there is no monster that you're not supposed to encounter comes in and disrupt your like hunting and then kills you if you get hit once.
But that's not
There's
really.
there's not kind of that experience. The experience is like much more safer because you're fighting this one specific monster. There's no outside interruptions.
Isn't that like a
Think about
good thing though? Like I'm not sure I'm because
I'm
you
not
do
saying it's a
eventually
bad
fight
thing.
that.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm saying the game is safer now. I'm talking about the direction the game is going. It went from like, hey, like imagine imagine like if you're like the difference would be like in Elden Ring. Like imagine if in Elden Ring you're not allowed to enter kill it before. Like do you know how like in Elden Ring like you can enter the red area anytime, like even when you first started the game, and then get one shot at, and then you realize, hey, you're not supposed to be here.
Oh yeah. Hmm.
That's gone now because every enemy is like properly designed. Like it makes it more safer for a lot of new players because there's no unknown variable coming in. Like back then when you played the world the first time, the game is definitely like harder to get into. One of the reasons is because in the middle of the hunt, like that fucking dinosaur can come in and kill you when you first started the game because the armor difference is like so high.
Again, that's probably just an experience I could not have had as with my previous Monster Hunter, because I've never had that with him just coming in. And now, if you're talking about like later on when you have the airplane come in and ruin your hunts and high rank and stuff,
Bezel geese.
Yeah, Bezel. Yeah.
Like
I forgot what his name.
Bomber.
Yeah.
Yeah, the bomber does the same thing in high rank. Yeah.
But it's like, and I haven't.
But like Anjanette also acts the same way in that, like, whenever you're doing a mission, there's gonna be this like lurking danger, which doesn't exist in the second game in Wilds. If you think about it, like try to think about it. Whenever you're doing the mission, like the whole 15, 20 hours you play the story, is there any point in the middle of the hunt you were like, hey, don't go there because like there's gonna be like this monster that can like one shot you, like kills you because he's so high level? There's never such a thing. Everything is handcrafted. Like every encounter you have is handcrafted.
But those monsters can still one-shot you though, right? Once you get high enough into it, because I know I had to eventually upgrade my gear.
No, I finished the game with I upgrade like the whole 20 hours in the story game, like in the story, like lowering. I only upgraded my weapon and like armor once.
Right, which is fine. Like depending on what you're upgrading it to and everything.
But you can kind of tell. That's exactly what I mean. The game is easier now.
No, but I think that's what I'm
now simpler.
No, but I'm saying when it came to World, I never had to upgrade my armor through low rank and everything. Like, so I think again, it's a difference. It's a difference in experience, is what I'll say. And
I mean, obviously, I have different experience now because I've finished Elden Ring. That game is gonna be way harder than most, like 90% of Monster Hunter.
But you also have like experience with Monster Hunter before, so I'm sure like a lot of the patterns for the monsters are also like you can kind of pick them up, like when a monster does like a hip check or some other like a tail swing or something like that.
Believe it or not, no, I still get hit more in Monster Hunter. Just because I would always commit to my attack instead of like trying to dodge things.
Right.
And they're like Monster Hunter's monsters are designed that you dodge early. Like they telegraph the attack so well that you have to like react early. I'm more used to like reacting split second, so it doesn't work for me because there is no invulnerability. Like there is no iframes, right? So if you dodge like late, there is no hope because they're still gonna get hit.
There are iframes, but they're very small, right? Which is why they have like skills in the game that increases iframes. It's pretty much
negligible unless you use the upgrade, right? That's what I'm saying. Well, that's what I'm saying though. Like if you're someone like me, someone that plays by reflex, for example, like if you're playing on Elden Ring, you know, if like a boss does a certain thing and then you dodge last minute, that's the way the game is designed, right? For you to like be able to like time the dodge like last minute. But like Monster Hunter is more about like seeing what they're doing and then like reacting to it before it happened.
But I feel
like last second dodge it.
No, I think that's the only way to dodge it in Monster Hunter is last second. Like, cause you have to get the timing just right, in order to, because the window is so much smaller.
But the timing is much earlier.
What do you mean by
for example,
earlier?
Like imagine seeing Margit, the first boss in Elden Ring. Do you know that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like the one with the staff, the one that like talks a lot and everything.
Right.
When he does his attack and then he swings, right? When the staff is about to hit you, you can dodge and you'll be fine.
Yep.
If you do that on Monster Hunter, you still get hit.
No, you won't. It depends on when you dodge it.
You will because most of the time the boss's attack lasts longer and their hitboxes are much bigger. So most of the time the invulnerability point, like the iframe, is there for like 0 point something second, but it wouldn't be enough to like completely like skip the whole attack animation because the monster is so big.
I think that depends on what attack you're trying to dodge. Because if you're trying to dodge like a claw attack or like a tail,
I'm not talking a specific like attack. I'm just talking like in general. The monster is like that. The monster is always bigger. It always like the attacks are all like a lot of the attacks are always like, especially like it involves like body slam and stuff like that. Like think about like the fish monster, the one that like swims around, and then he does like this thing where he's like flying around and stuff like that. If you're on Elden Ring, you can just dodge into it and then like with the right timing you can escape it. But like if you're on Monster Hunter, there's no way you can do that unless you use the upgrades.
The Superman dive. Yeah. Like
yeah.
Because I think that's the thing too, is like Monster Hunter has so maybe that's where we're kind of, because when you're saying attacks, I'm thinking of like the little like the claw attacks, the tail swipes, that kind of stuff.
Even claw attacks, like it depends on what kind of attack, right? Like there's like some like the monkey monster, for example, that like does like an uppercut punch, and like the only thing that you can dodge like through it is like a freaking like Superman dives. Because like that one has a lot of like that, like if you're talking about like reacting last second, right? If you're pressing it like right before it hit you, there's only one move, which is like the Superman dive, because it has a lot like a long iframe. You were invulnerable the whole time you're doing the dive thingy. But like if you're just doing a normal dodge, you're still gonna get hit.
I would need to see that to, because off the top of my head I'm not thinking of the same move, but I feel like the iframes are much better than what you're giving them credit to be. They're very different than Elden Ring for sure, and like other games like that. So
see, I think the way they're different is that they just have less iframe unless you upgrade it. That's my point.
That's true, but it's like I think that you can still, I think you can dodge a lot more than you're giving it credit, is I guess what I'm trying to say.
A lot of the people that I've seen that are like really good at the game, none of them like they all play differently than like like if you, for example, if you see like an Elden Ring player, like like someone that is really good with the game, usually they would be like, the moment the attack is about to hit, I'm gonna press space and then I'm gonna dodge like the right direction and stuff like that. Or like I would do certain emotes so the attack at the right time is gonna like the hitbox is not gonna hit. But like on Monster Hunter, a lot of the gamers that are really good at the game is knowing to like, is that like when the boss is about to attack, I'm gonna run to a certain direction so the attack doesn't hit. Right.
And they're all about like upkeep and everything, and doing like positioning themselves and then doing enough damage to stagger them and everything. Yeah.
Like it's a different philosophy. Wait, where were we going with this again?
No, we're talking about dodging. Like,
yeah, no. Why are we talking about the dodging though? Because like I'm it's because
because you were talking about like the difficulty, right, and saying if the game was easier and stuff. Which I from what I've heard, it definitely does appear to be that way to a lot of people. I haven't gotten far enough into high rank to truly say if it is easier, but at least low rank didn't seem any different to me.
I think overall, like, it's overall easier.
I would say
there's just I wouldn't say, I don't think there's any way to like dispute it. Like the experience so far has been easier. I still remember the like. Well, maybe part of it is right, because like when I was starting World, I came in from like Dark Souls 3, which is like a whole, it's a whole different game, right? Like Dark Souls 3 and like Elden Ring, like again, the way you dodge is that you dodge like last minute, like last second. So the attack doesn't track you. But like Monster Hunter is different. Most of the attack doesn't track you. Is that like they're gonna do this certain thing, you have to get out of their way.
Yep.
And that's not a reflex game. That's like movement reading. So that like I'm definitely not used to that back then. But I still think that like the previous game is harder because there's more variables like to the fight. Like for example, the Anjana, like he's like a high level monster that they specifically put in the area. So like to annoy
again, I would argue that
people that started the game.
But again, that is
Well, no, but you gotta think it this way. You said that it's not like you're literally proving my point because like the reason you call it easy is because you have experience with the game already.
Right.
What if people that have started playing what if I'm like someone that never played the game and then I started like I do 10 hours on World and 10 hours on like Wilds. Which one do you think I would like say it's easier?
Um, I don't honestly. I don't know if I can say that because obviously I'm not doing a good job with worlds, but like,
Well, no, like
hmm.
and Janat is easy if you'd have played the game before. That's what you said earlier, basically, right? Because you
Yeah,
have
you
played
get
the
him
game before
like,
and you don't think Anjanat is a problem.
Hmm.
But that's the point of my argument, right? Is that like the only reason you call it easy is because you have played the game before. When I started the game, I never played Monster Hunter, and then I got wrecked by his ass because he's
No,
so
no, I
high
can see
level.
that. Yeah. Well,
And that
you're saying
aspect
high
doesn't
level.
exist in
That's
Wilds. No, he's pretty high level. Like in the low rank, he's pretty high level. You fought him like a couple fights in, like 5 or 6 fights in. In the
but
story.
there's so much more like after him though is the thing in low rank. Like,
no, but what I'm saying is that the experience is harder in general in World because you have stuff like that in Wilds when you hunt like the chicken, for example, like the chicken monster. There is nothing like that. And when you hunt like
But
for example the dodo, not the dodo,
but okay, so
Toshagama. The Doshagama, the ape one, and then they got how like they got pulled down by the
right, the other hunter.
Balahara. Yeah, there's only one of those monsters that like survive.
But like
imagine and Balahara is like higher. Was Balahara the higher level one or not?
So
Like
I'll admit, like dual monster hunts suck, but like that there are ways to get around that, right? You can dung bomb stuff. Like you can even if Anjanath or something else shows up, you can make them go away. So
that's my point. How do you know if you just started playing the game?
No, I get that, but like I think to say it's easier just because you don't get 2 fights at once. I think
I'm not saying that's the sole reason. I'm just saying that's an example of like what they did to casualize the experience. They removed that part. I'm not saying it's the sole, like the Zol example. I have like a lot of other examples of how they made the game easier, and some of them I like for example focus mode. It makes things so much easier because now I don't have attack commitment, bro. I can just aim anywhere. It went from like not spamming into the buttons into like being able to spam and like direct my attack anywhere.
Yep. Focus mode is very nice. Now it took me a while to get used to it.
Yeah,
because before
it's really good feature. At the same time, it makes the game easier in general. Because now back like imagine
you have
if
to
you
stop
can
attacking
change your
and
attack. Yeah, you have to like think about like, hey, how long does this attack last and like will I be able to like dodge the enemy attack if I commit?
Or if you get like technical enough, you had to know which weapons or which attacks would actually be able to move your character and stuff to reposition. Yeah. So it's like it's nice that just you press L, was it L2? I think on my controller, and it's just like boom, put you there.
So yeah, some of the changes I like, but like there's no like denying that the game has been made like modernized, like casualized in some areas. I mean, whether the end game is going to be just as hard as World, it doesn't matter because that's called end game for a reason, right? Like the point is that like the starting point has been like the starting floor has been lowered. The ceiling may be just as high in terms of skill ceiling,
right.
But the starting floor has been lowered. Would you agree with that? Would you think that's the case?
I'm not, because starting screen has been lowered.
Yeah, the skill ceiling is maybe just as high, especially once you get to the end game. Maybe there's a guiding land version of like the game, like on Wilds. But like the starting floor has been made easier. Like it has been made lower. The bar of entry has been lowered. Instead of like being 6 feet high, now you can be 5'5" and still go into the ride.
I don't know. I feel like it's hard for me to say that because at least for me, it feels just like any other Monster Hunter game that I've played is the thing. Like, and as I'm going through the low rank, there's usually going to be, a couple of those monsters, like you're saying, like Anjanath. And for me, I think the big one there was one that kept killing me over and over again.
I know didn't even die once.
Really? You never died to the Black Flame or the octopus?
I didn't die to the Black Flame. I died once, Doshagama Guardian. Because I was so under, like, I think that's the point where I changed my armor.
Was he the giant frost guy, or?
I don't remember which boss, but there's this one boss that, like, I died once, and then okay, this is time for an armor upgrade, and that's it. That's the only time I upgraded my armor, like, the whole story. I changed from, like, the base armor, the hope armor, to Balahara's armor, and then I stayed with that armor until high rank. Until like I changed, like, until I finished the story, get to high rank, and then, like, yesterday is when I crafted the new armor for me.
Interesting, because I still die plenty of times on some of this stuff, like,
I barely died, especially the last few bosses. Like, okay, I twice. I died once, changed armor, and then I died once. I fainted once against Arkfeld. Because my armor is so underleveled, right? When I reach Arkfeld, I'm still using Balahara's armor, so I was so, like, far away in terms of armor. Like, even then, it was a mistake. I think it's less of, like, me, like, me getting wrecked, and more just, like, me making mistakes.
Yeah, because he has a lot of attacks and different patterns to him. That's.
It's mostly just because, like, his attack is much faster. Like, the last boss actually is much easier.
The last boss was kind of. He was a pain in some ways, but definitely not that hard.
It was so easy. The only reason I took so long to beat him is because I didn't upgrade my weapon either. I mean, my weapon is like one step behind the highest level. Like, I'm using, like, Lalabarina's weapon, and that weapon specifically only has, like, 2 paths. Like, you create the first weapon and then you upgrade it once. That's it. So it's like one step behind in terms of, like, the tier.
So then maybe that's also the difference too, because it's like, for me, I still died on a couple of stuff, like the tentacle guy, right?
The tentacle guy can be annoying.
He was annoying. I died. I didn't fail the quest, but I at least died to him a couple of times.
Oh yeah, no. Ain't no way I'm failing.
The black flame. I died a couple of times, but that was also because I was doing it with friends as well. And it was kind of, each of us kept getting that, like, there was 3 of us, right? I was doing it with Hemero and White. And so, like, each of us would die at a certain part. So it's like, and once any 3 of us died, we would have to restart it. So it's like we were all dying equally, and it just kind of ended up going wrong. But but
that
like,
that boss is not even that hard.
He had a couple of attacks that just completely, like, one-shot you if you don't get into certain spots, or, like, you get unlucky.
Oh, what? You mean the fire spray? Like the one where he burns the ground with the fire thing?
Yeah, he has that one. He has a couple of stuff where he can, like, charge and pin you to, like, a wall and stuff, and, like, grab you. And
that attack, like, the fire one is so easy because, like, he only spray at a certain direction. You can just run side. I got hit once because the rock that I'm using as a cover breaks down.
You see, that was the thing where it's like, I didn't see that one at first. I didn't see any of the rocks, and then I know it was the same thing with the frost guy, where he was doing that big attack, and they're like, find cover.
Once too.
And I'm like, what cover? And then after I die, there's an in-game pop-up that comes up and says, "Oh,
and
you
says,
need
like,
to."
What you need to. Pull
And I'm like, really? Yeah. You couldn't have told me that, like, a couple minutes ago when I was trying to.
no, that part I also died once. I don't want to really count that because that's like a instant dead mechanic, right? Like, you literally cannot outrun that.
Yes, yeah. And I think technically
like to pull it. Yeah.
I think the last boss had a similar thing. And I tried standing behind something, but I think you just need to run far enough away from him.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
and so it's
the
like,
last boss has, like, the area, but, like, the map is big enough for you to run away from it.
Yeah. So I think, like, they need to do a little bit of a better job telegraphing some of that stuff, because I feel like some of them you have to just run away, and some of them you have to be just find cover, and so
I mean, it does like even the ice attack look kind of like I can kind of tell that the attack is gonna
Mhm.
kill me
Yeah,
if I
yeah,
don't run.
yeah.
But the problem is that like there is no way to run. You just
Mhm.
you have to pull a cover, and they
Right,
didn't
right.
tell you, they didn't give you any
Mhm.
prompt because the camera starts like panning out when it happens. For me at least. But yeah, like
But yeah, so it's like to
I
me,
don't
I
think it's
still
hard
died
at
a couple
all.
of times, but like to me, that's also the point of these games too, is to die a couple of times. But I could. Hmm.
But that's the thing. I didn't die one. Like I like the amount of time I fainted can be counted in one hand.
Really?
And
Okay.
I didn't
But then,
even I did like I said I only upgrade once.
oh, same here. I only upgraded to the. I think I went with the Guardian Rathalos armor set. Is the one I
Oh, that's
upgraded
pretty
to.
high level though.
Yeah, yeah, and I didn't upgrade anything until then. So
I think I forgot when I upgraded, but like
hmm.
I have like a lot of screenshot. I can probably like
Yeah, I
tell which
wonder.
part of the quest it was,
Hmm.
but like it doesn't even like you don't even need to max out the gear to like be
Hmm.
low rank. It didn't happen to me when I was playing like the worlds. Part of the reason I upgraded back then because like is because I got I was in the middle of a hunt
Hmm.
and then that fucking T-Rex comes in and then just starts spewing fire on me.
Hmm.
And then I
And I would
died
say.
because my armor level is like that's I feel like that's the point of the game when I was like, oh hey, I should upgrade my armor because like who knows what can happen next time. I think that's like a good like learning, like
Really,
lesson
because
learned moment.
I feel like that's just a new player thing. Because eventually, once you do get experience, you learn. Oh, only upgrade when there's actual like skills, or you're just dying in one hit.
No, because
Because
for at least for me, I wouldn't think like that
really, because you wouldn't
because
think like
like
just to get to the end game as quickly as possible, and then that's when you mess around with armor
no,
sets and
like
stuff.
because
Like,
because I did the same thing in Elden Ring, right? Where I would like try to beat a certain boss. I know he's way over leveled for me, but
hmm.
I'm still gonna do it with like what I have either way because I know I can beat it.
Right, right, and you can do that in
But
Monster Hunter too.
but like if I'm playing Elden Ring, I'm beating this boss, and then there's a random chance that like a boss that is like even higher level can come in and kill me. I would have upgraded my weapon because I know that that boss can come in anytime.
Okay,
Like
okay.
see the
Let's see.
difference, like the danger of the unknown makes it like makes me prepare more. Doesn't
Hmm.
exist in wilds because there is no unknown.
Well, at
At least
least
like in the story.
in
In the
low
story,
rank,
I'm
yeah,
talking
yeah.
about the story. Yeah,
Hmm.
I'm talking about the low rank here. Like I said, I'm talking about making the floor lower, right? So
Hmm.
I'm talking about like the new player experience. People would have it much easier compared to like something like World.
Okay, okay. I don't know.
That's why I
I
said
still
like
think that
that's why I said the ceiling can be high, can still be the ceiling can
I.
be just as high.
Mhm. I still think some of the monsters will mess with people, like, but I could see like what you're saying with how they definitely do. Like when you're on quest, it is specifically just that monster, right? You're not
Mm-hmm.
outside of a handful. Like I think the flying.
Yeah, unless like it's a handful of like mission where like it's
Yeah,
scripted
yeah.
for them to come
Hmm.
in. Like
Right,
yeah,
right.
no, there's no description. You're just fighting that monster. The monster has lower health in general because they died faster compared to like using like compared to like playing in world. And then
Did they
um
or? Well,
in
actually,
general, yeah.
I have heard that they didn't seem to be all that much faster to me, but I maybe maybe I'm not as good as what I think. But yes.
When I was playing like okay, last time I played world was
Hmm.
let's see. I came back to world like okay last year.
Right,
So
right.
this is pretty recent,
Mhm.
right? This is pretty recent. And like I was fighting some monsters, like which granted is like on the higher rank, like
Right, right.
But like those monster in general takes more time. I'd say like half an hour. Like for example, like if you're fighting like the end boss of like Iceborne, like Shara Ishvalda, I think, like the dragon that like uses sound and stuff.
Oh, he's a pain. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, like he would take like he's part of the story, right? But like the
Mhm.
time that you takes to beat him, for me at least, I'm using a suboptimal weapon because I'm insect glaive, So like the earlier part where like he was covered in rocks and
Ooh.
stuff, I
Yeah,
keep
yeah.
bouncing.
And can you? And I guess I never. Huh. You can mount him too, right? I believe as well.
you
Or.
you can, but like, see, this is why I said I'm not the best Monster
And-
Hunter gamer. I don't know how to mount monsters. I don't know how to like how people are like, hey, you can just like mount him and then like crash him into the wall and then like the thing
Oh,
will fall
you
down.
don't-
I
yeah,
never
yeah.
understand how to do
Okay.
that. Yeah. So I beat the monster solely by like beating his ass with like a fucking glaive.
Oh, okay. So
But like
did you know about like
even
the?
then,
Okay.
the
Never
one
mind.
the one where like you can like crash the wall and then like the wall would fall down. Like
Right,
there's
right.
like 2 of them in the map, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, I never done that because I don't know how to do it. I solely beat him like through like beating like, but even then it takes
Oh yeah, it'll take
30
a while.
minutes.
Mhm.
Yeah, 30 minutes, you know. I never reached 20 minutes in like Wilds, the whole story. The
Really?
the
Okay,
boss that
okay.
takes the longest time for me to kill is the last boss, and it's because like my weapon is under leveled. My whole character is under level technically, but like I beat him in like 17 minutes, I think.
I
So the
think you're just a
overall
really
game
good
is
gamer
faster.
then, because like some of those fights definitely did take me a while, but but
No, I
nothing
think-
nothing
I
over
think- I think
30.
just
Nothing
the
over
monster
30.
just-
Yeah.
I think the monster is just less tanky in general, I think.
I could definitely see that for low rank. They could definitely like lower it down
Yeah.
and then
At least like this is the earlier experience. That's why I said like, yeah, like when you first starting the game, if you started on Wild, you're gonna have an easier time. It's like the difference between like, hey, whether you started off like playing Souls game from like something like Dark Souls or Sekiro, or like starting from Elden Ring. It's gonna be different.
the only reason why I'm saying like it may not be as easy is because the monsters are faster than what they have been. Or at least for me as a Monster Hunter veteran, they seem a lot faster. So that's where
Some of them, yeah, a lot of them have like smaller
Ooh.
sizes, so
And-
they tend to move faster.
that's true too. I also did most of the story with multi people as well, and like Fran was saying, they do boost I think the HP when you're in multiplayer.
I bet they do, but like the scaling doesn't matter when you have 2 hunters, because the whole point of the game is that like you're supposed to like, you know, like if you have more than one player, the other player can just kite them around.
Well, you might be surprised because like when you're in multiplayer, sometimes like they definitely up things like how long it takes to stagger them, or like even cutting off a tail sometimes when you're in multiplayer can be a pain in the butt.
No,
'Cause,
I mean that's obviously the case because they have higher health. Obviously, like everything in the like the numbers are like scaled, right? But at the end of the day, like it's like the same thing as like Elden Ring. Even though like the health is scaled, the boss is designed to be fight like 1v1. When you have like multiple person, like you can just aggro it, and then like I'm gonna go here and then start like chugging the health potion,
So
and then
that's
we're gonna come back.
That's going to depend on your weapon, right? Because if you're a weapon that wants to get counters and other stuff, having multiple people in there can actually ruin your performance sometimes. It's one of the reasons
but
why
you're still
I
gonna
hate the
kill them
Palico.
faster. But you're still gonna kill them faster in general.
Uh,
Because you have more people that are like doing, you know, like imagine like trying to like, you know, solo raid a dungeon and then like doing it with people.
yeah. But it's like
It's gonna be faster at the end of the day. Unless like unless like we're talking about like you like teaching like 3 people that just started the game or something like that. Unless like it's like a teaching class. Like if we're talking about like average co-op experience.
Well, even like so say for me, right, who was, you know, I was playing with 3 people that we were seeing these monsters all for the first time, right? So it's like and those mistakes, you know, if each one of us are making mistakes, right, they add up, and then you only have 3 carts even in multiplayer, right? So it's like even if you were to, let's say, cart one time on a monster, right, and that doesn't end your hunt, like if that happens, if every person in a party does that, then you're.
But like everyone else learn from your mistake most of the time. So like when people like you see, like what I'm saying, like for example, like you said, like 3 people, each of them die once. Like most of the time would be happening, like they would die from a different reason, right?
Yeah, it would depend. Like sometimes
you know,
you just get
said
unlucky.
Earlier how like you play at White and Himuro and like they died in like different stages of the game.
Right.
Different things. And like, you can argue that like, hey, if you're just playing solo, there's possibility that you died 3 times to those 3 different situations because you didn't know.
Well, you may never see some things either, right? So like if you're if it's like for instance you're an insect glaive, so you're in close range, you're never going to see a monster's long range attacks, right? But if you partner up with a range character, you might see some new moves that might throw you off, and then
I mean, not all of them, because like sometimes I run away and then I can definitely tell they have like long range attacks, especially the freaking squid, because he can like swerve.
I will say,
like,
have you used the I keep calling them power move, but the raptor, right? Do you use that a lot when you're trying to like escape or recover
sacred?
in a fight? Yeah, the sacred. Because like you can call that thing very quickly.
Yeah, I started using them around. Who's that? That's the second squid. The one with the
knives and everything, right?
That around. Yeah.
He's like
That's around the time. Like I think like around the end game is around the time I started using the sacred to like run around. Most of the time I just wiggle around because the palico does a good job of like maintaining
distracting.
Aggro. Yeah. Or he would heal at the right time for me to like tank the attacks.
But I will say that thing is definitely
that's also the
OP.
thing.
Yeah.
Some of the attacks on the Monster Hunter Wilds doesn't really stagger you now. So you can keep attacking.
What do you
your
mean
health
by
will decrease? Your health will decrease, but you can still keep attacking.
A lot
like
of they have added super armor onto a lot of weapons. I did notice that. Yeah.
A lot of the monster in world like would if you get hit once, you're gonna be whopped around.
Well, that's not a monster thing. That's more of a weapon thing. They've upgraded the weapons to have like super armor on them. So it's
okay, but like that's also a mechanic that makes the game easier, because now you don't have sometimes you can just tank some of the attacks now, which is I like it, but obviously it does make the combat easier because now I can just whittle away instead of worrying about getting
like being knocked back and then
staggered. Staggered and knocked back. But yeah, that's also part of the experience that make the game easier. Another part would be like how the palico now have all the gears. Do you notice that?
What do you mean?
So palicos on world can only equip certain gears. For example, if you want him to heal, he cannot buff. If you want him to buff, he cannot taunt. If you want him to taunt, like he cannot heal.
So I'll be honest with you.
Everything.
I rarely ever mess with my palicos. So what they have at the start is what they have at the end. So
that's a heal. The heal equipment is when they start the figure wasp like set.
Right.
Like
Yep.
But then they're gonna get like the buffs and then the taunt and stuff like that. But like those stuff, there's equipments are like different equipments in world, and like in wilds, they're all in one. So like the palico is like all around there now, because they can like when you get attacked, they're gonna be like, hey, come here and stuff like that.
Yeah,
then, like,
I have noticed that.
Oh, they can heal, and then like sometimes like, hey, let me buff you, and then he brings out like that like
and then in high rank
you get buffed.
And in high rank, they even have some side quests where I've noticed like he's unlocking more abilities and stuff as well.
Improving more equipment, right? Yeah, that's all in one. And in world, that you can unlock those equipment with levels, like with the palico level, but you can only equip like 1 at a time or 2 at a time or something. Like you're limited. So when you have the heals, he won't taunt, he won't buff, he won't do shit like that.
Okay. Yeah, I only ever use them for the heals. Like I never. I don't like palicos mainly because I want to do more of a one-on-one fight with stuff. So anything that distracts the monster from me is.
Then how do you like Rise? Because Rise you get even more companions.
Because I like the paladin. Because I like the paladin. I love dogs. The paladin I was okay with.
Fight too.
I know, but he was cool.
Yeah, but now,
he was cool.
But now he went from 1v1 to 3v1 now.
Well, you see, that's the thing. It's like with 3 people, it's a gang, so we can all like just tag team. It's more fun. It's like the image of what is it, JoJo, right? Where all the 3 guys are just beating on that one person. That's what it feels like. So it's like if it's just me and another, like the palico, it's like whatever. But then you get a gang of us together. Then it. So really, what they need to do is give me another palico. give me like 2 or 3 palicos, and then I'll feel happy with them. But
When you play with your friends, you got 2 palicos and 2 players, right?
uh,
Technically.
it depends. If you have so if you have 3 players, the palicos disappear. But if you have 2
Yeah.
players, then you both keep your palicos. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that's also one of the things that they make it
Mm.
in, like they make easier. Like, you know, the palicos get more equipments.
Mm.
And then I noticed that the map has more things you can use, I think.
There's a
This
lot.
is
I have
just-
noticed there's a lot of stuff around the maps, like and a
Yeah.
lot more like the environmental traps too. I feel are a lot more
Environmental
there.
traps, and then like also the ammo for like your thing, your shooting thing.
I've never really used the shooting thing all too much in Wild so far. Like
I use the shooting things quite
unless
a
it
bit.
comes off of the monster, like the parts that come off of the monster, I will use that. But like
Oh.
the stuff out in the wild, I don't really use
Well,
all
no,
that
for
much.
example, like fighting the Guardian, you can. Do you know you can explode the crystals like that they make?
Oh, you mean like the stuff that the white stuff that comes out of the ground for the all the different
Yeah.
guardians? Yeah.
When they attack and then like
Hmm.
it comes out as a crystal, you can shoot that thing with like a certain elements, and then like it depending on the element, it will explode.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah,
I was
so,
kind
like,
of leaving
if you shoot
them-
it with the if you shoot it with the dragon element, it's gonna be like red lightning and fire thingy. And then if you
Oh,
shoot it with
okay.
normal fire, it's gonna explode like a large bomb basically. And if you shoot it with a lightning, I think it will zap like the area and then like zap everything in like in the area too. So if there's more crystal, it's gonna get
Mm.
zapped, and then the other crystal is gonna zap again.
I see. So that's why I know when I was playing, White was saying to destroy them, and I didn't quite know why. And then later on, when I had the
So,
Guardian
yeah,
set,
so
I gotta
it can damage. It can also damage you if like the boss if the boss
Right, if the
attacks it.
boss
That's
does
why
it,
like you should
mhm.
yeah.
But like
So it's like
the
it
set
can
I
be
have
used.
gives me a buff, I think, if they're up. So it's like
No, I don't think I will. I'll keep it
No.
around.
right. So well, because it like I think it increases my defenses or something like that, or health regen or something. I need to look at it what exactly it does again, but it's like I always just kind of kept them rounded and destroyed them if an attack like just happened to also hit them too. But okay, that's I'll try to use that more to my advantage the next time.
Yeah, there's just more environmental thingy, and then
Mm.
also like running around is faster in general. Like the whole game feels faster, more simplified because,
Mhm.
for example, like when you play Worlds, you have to track manually, especially early on.
Oh yeah. That I will say I like that they kind of got rid of that. That is definitely
That's also, you know, we can like that, but that doesn't change the
Mm.
fact that the game is easier now because of that.
oh yeah, definitely.
It's definitely
And
harder back then when you have to
autopilots
hunt for the
Your
freaking,
mount
yeah.
like autopilots it to you
Yeah.
to the mount and everything and
Yeah.
mm.
That makes the whole game much easier, much faster in general. So that's why like the play, you know, like it or not, the game is change. Like,
Oh, yeah, no,
modernized
definitely,
in some
like-
ways.
yeah.
I think that's all some of the things that I can think of. I think
Mhm.
materials. It's way easier to get materials now because of the wound system.
I haven't paid close attention. I get very tunneled vision when fighting monsters, but I have noticed a couple of times when breaking parts or something that like I randomly get monster parts. Like I see that coming up on the side of the screen.
No,
but
breaking the parts has always given you parts.
right, but it's
but
usually like
not-
at the
but n-
end of the
Yeah, in the end
Mhm.
of the breaking parts. But now you get drops from the wounds, not the,
Okay,
not the
okay.
parts.
That's because I
So, like,
noticed
the
like getting
wounds can
random
drop
parts
more
somehow.
parts, yeah.
Mhm.
So you have to fight less monsters to finish your build now, compared to like Worlds.
Mhm. I
Yeah,
think that's okay.
And
Like
yeah. No, I'm not. I don't. It's not like I hate the changes.
yeah.
Like I said,
Mhm.
most of the changes I think I agree with, but like it doesn't change. Like, you know, it still makes the game easier.
Yeah. No. Well,
Because like we went from
Let's-
like fighting 3 monsters to now fighting 1, and like finishing the set just like from 1 monster, for example.
maybe that's the thing of we're getting tied up on because I feel like that doesn't necessarily make it easier. It just makes it less annoying. To me, I guess easier is
Well,
like. mm.
Less annoying is easier, right? Like that's the same thing. Like that's the same argument as like something like Elden Ring versus Dark Souls.
I don't know if I would necessarily agree with that. I feel like that's
The- See, Dark Souls is annoying because you cannot sidestep the bosses. You have to fight them.
I
But
thought
in
Dark Souls was
Elden
annoying
Ring,
because of all the running back that you have to do if you die, and like it's very
yeah,
punishing.
yeah,
is
that
the
yeah, that
Mhm.
too, that too. That definitely adds
But
up to
again,
like
I
the
haven't
playtime.
played those games yet, so I can't say.
I haven't even finished Dark Souls 3, but I just
Mm.
the game is linear, therefore you cannot, if you're grinding, you're gonna grinding on the same spot with the same boss like God knows how many times.
Mhm.
But Elden Ring is different. You can start off the game, just immediately runs like find a like a path to like one of the end game areas and then grind like runes from there and then come back to the boss later. You cannot do that in like
Mm.
Dark Souls. You have to beat the boss to progress.
Okay, gotcha.
So they make things like they remove some of like the difficulty, which makes the game easier. Like they remove some of the hassle because like some people can argue that like, hey, having to fight this boss when I'm clearly under leveled is annoying.
But would you say that the
Or, like,
bosses
even worse,
themselves are more challenging, or like from a mechanic standpoint, I guess, or if you get what I'm saying there? Like,
I haven't fought a lot of bosses in like
a long
Dark
time.
Souls compared to like
Mhm.
Elden Ring, right? Because I didn't get that far.
Mm-hmm.
But
Because I feel like so
honestly,
long.
it's
Mhm.
I think it's really hard to say.
Yeah, because it's like, to me, like a challenge is on how tough it is, not how annoying it is to do that thing. You
Well,
know?
sometimes being annoying is part of the challenge, right?
I don't think that's a good challenge if that's
Like,
the case.
imagine like, oh, you haven't fought Millennia. See, this is hard. Millennia has a skill check where like she does like the flashy thingy, and everyone was like, hey, like if she doesn't have this,
Mhm.
she wouldn't be as like prominent of a boss because like that's the only hard part of her technically.
Right, and
according
it
to a
like
lot of
one
people.
shot you or something, or
At the same time, it doesn't change the fact that because she has that, she's harder now, right? It's
Right, but
annoying,
that's
but
not-
it makes her harder.
is that annoying, or is that just a mechanic? Like I feel like annoying would be more like if
Well, no,
every time
people
you
call
die
it
to
anno-
her.
No,
Mhm.
people call it annoying because this mechanic is strictly like a skill check. You gotta be able to dodge at the right time against that specific attack.
So when does she do it? Is the question. Does she do
She can
it
do
like
it
after
randomly. No,
Okay.
she can do it anytime, randomly.
randomly? Okay, then maybe that. It's like I feel like it would be annoying if it happened.
She will always do it once at least. Like
Mhm.
she will always do it at least once during the fight, but she can do it multiple times. There's no like restriction, I think. as
Right,
far as I
right.
know.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have to go in there and see it. But it's like the things I have found like really annoying is when games do that on a fight that it took you 20 minutes to get to that part, and then they
Oh no,
do
no,
the
like
bullshit
her, like
thing, and
her
then you have
grace
to
is
go.
like right in front of like the gate, so
Mhm.
you can always come back. But like,
Yeah.
or like, let's say, for example, do you know delayed attacks? How bosses looks like they're gonna attack and then they
Oh
hold
yeah,
it like a
that
certain
was the thing I
second.
absolutely hated about Elden Ring. Like,
See, that's annoying, but that you cannot deny that in fact is what make the boss harder,
mhm.
right? Yeah. So being annoying sometimes is the mechanic of the game. And like when you
But
smooth
again, I
things
wouldn't.
out,
But I don't. How should I put it?
it like it can be it can be a better quality of life improvement, but you will also shave off the difficulty because some of the difficulty in the old game comes from the jankiness or like the weird mechanics that they have before.
I guess it's just I
Like, for
wouldn't count
example-
those
for
things as
example-
annoying. Mhm.
Well, let's say for example in worlds no in wilds you can
Right.
sharpen while like running with the sacred with the
Yep,
with the
yep.
mount.
Mhm.
You cannot do that in the fucking world. If you get, if you're in the middle of the combat, you just gotta pray to God the boss doesn't come to
Could
you when you're sharpening.
Is that true? Because I know when I never unlocked it in Iceborne. It's one of the things I kind of hate. I never did, but they did add in mounts in Iceborne, and I'm almost
Yeah,
positive
with
that you could
the-
sharpen on it. But I don't think you could do it
Yeah, you
during
can.
combat.
You can,
Yeah.
but you cannot do it. You cannot mount during combat. What I'm
Okay,
saying
okay,
is
that
like in
was
the
the-
middle of
okay.
combat,
Mm.
you cannot do it.
Oh
And, like,
yeah,
if you have to
absolutely. Yeah,
sharpen,
that's a.
you just gotta manage it, right? But like now you can just call the sacred and then run away while you sharpen the thing
Oh
and then
yeah,
come back.
that's yep. You could even heal
I mean,
on it too.
yeah,
Mm.
yeah, I do that. Like, but it does in fact make the game easier because you can do that now.
Mm.
I'm not saying I hate it.
No, I get that, but I think that's a different. How should I put it? Would you consider that to be annoying though, that you had to do it the other way in World, right? That you couldn't do it?
It is more annoying. It is more annoying that I have to do it in World now because because WoW improved on that, right? Like I said, I like the fact that I can do that. But back then in World, when it is annoying in that I do have to do that back in the World. There's no other way to go around it. Right? Like if the boss is still healthy and then I'm running out of sharpness on my weapon, I have to sharpen it either way.
But you can also find ways of reducing it. But yes,
Yeah, you can run around. You can run away until the boss lost the aggro, or like you can pray to God the Palico like taunts the monster.
No. I mean more like so you could go with a weapon with different sharpness levels, have skills that reduce sharpness based off of when you attack. Like there's stuff that you can do to.
No, but they have that on Wilds too.
Yeah.
Now, instead of adding more pluses, they just take the minus away from the game. That's what I'm trying to say.
I think I'm just not finding the right way of describing how I feel annoying is to me in video games, because a lot of the stuff that you're describing, I wouldn't consider that to be annoying. Like they're bad designs sometimes, but
they're looking retrospectively. If I'm looking I'm looking back from the front now, right? It is annoying because now looking back, I could have had that. But back then, I don't have a mount, right? So there's no way I would think about, hey, it would be great if I can just sharpen on the mount while like it's running away from the boss for me. Or like I can sharpen while moving or something like that. We don't think about that because back then there's no alternative. You just gotta live with it. It's like one of those like complaints of like, oh, kids these days have it easier. It's because if an old person is saying that, it's because they have experienced the harder part of life before, because life is harder before. Now that doesn't say that life now is easy. It's just easier than before. I think that's the distinction I'm trying to make.
Yeah, I think I just need to I need to think on it some more because it's, how should I put it? Because I think that the whole reason why we got down this thing was with Wild itself and why people think
like what changes in Wilds, right? Like I think that's not like that. Those are some of the changes that I think make the games easier.
Like I just wouldn't I would also argue though that the monster design has gotten better. So while you have gotten that stuff, they have designed the monsters kind of around it, and it's like I feel like the reason why people are saying it's a lot easier is one, they probably have made some of the HPs and stuff lower as the monsters. I won't deny that, but
all those changes happen, and also like people that already experienced the hard one, like if you've played World before and then you come to Wild, you're gonna call it this is gonna be easier,
right?
Because I played the harder version before.
Well, I
survived with all those like drawbacks before, right? I conquered the game with all those drawbacks.
So you're saying drawbacks. I'm saying more like it's not that it has so much more. How should I put it? It has so much more convenient features or so much more stuff that makes it easier. I think it's more that people have a lot more experience with Monster Hunter as a whole.
I mean, no.
And so.
Yeah, and so, you're saying the same thing as I did, because you've experienced something harder. It is easier now, right?
But I'm not saying World was harder. I'm saying that you just have experience. You have experience, and that in general makes things easier.
Just the experience, general. Yeah, I mean that definitely plays a part. But I'm saying is that the experience with the harder part, like with the harder, like for example, if you played Sekiro before, Elden Ring is gonna look like a child's park to you because Sekiro bosses are fucking annoying.
Mm.
Like that's the same concept, right? Like imagine like if you played let's say Souls games are like the hardest, like the easiest example, I guess.
So
Um
let me go in an opposite way then. If you were to play Wilds, do you
Mhm.
think you would have an easier time going into Worlds?
In some aspect, yeah. You definitely gonna get like, Wilds. Like I said, Wild is
Mhm.
still a good game. It still
Oh
teaches
yeah,
you
definitely.
most like all of the basics that you need. So when you go into the world, you'll at least be familiar to like some of the system and stuff like that.
Mhm.
But I think you're gonna have a harder time compared to like someone that is coming from World to Wilds. Because like earlier, for example, like, oh, in Wilds I can just like run away while like I'm sharpening, and now I gotta like
But the
now I gotta actually find a safe place to freaking sharpen. Or like, oh, like when I was attacking in Wilds, I can just use focus mode and then like redirect my attacks. And now like in like World, I actually have to pay attention and not spam. Like
I would
those
be
are like those are like convenient features that wouldn't like that doesn't exist in Worlds, so it
but
wouldn't
you
make the
wouldn't think
experience
that like
harder.
but you wouldn't think that like learning how to observe a monster, yeah, like its attack patterns and that kind of stuff would be the more important skill set, or
It is
'cause, like,
important.
because to me that's
It is definitely up there, but small things adds up. Just because like learning the game is like 80% of like the game. Learning the monster and stuff like that doesn't mean the 20% wouldn't affect you.
no,
Like the
I'm not
controls, for
saying that it
example.
wouldn't affect. It's just more like
Yeah.
hmm.
So
I
yeah, I
just
would
think
argue
that
like going from Wilds to World is gonna be harder than like going from Worlds to Wild.
but you would still have an easier time going from Wilds to Worlds than if you
If
were
you
just
played
just start
either.
off
Yeah.
with Worlds, right? Yeah. If you never
Yeah, if you have any kind of experience on like a certain genre of games before, you would
right.
probably have an easier time.
And I guess
It's
that's
like,
my point, where it's like I feel like people are underestimating what experience they have had before and are just saying that it's easier.
that's fair. My point is just like the game is already easier than it is. So like the reason people are underestimating it is because the game is made easier now.
Oh yeah. Like
when people, like imagine this. Imagine if they didn't change a thing from Worlds to Wild.
yep.
Like some people are still gonna call it easier, but like then I wouldn't like I would have less ground to stay because I cannot say like, hey, the controls is changed now. No, like it's the exact same game, bro. Just different monsters. You just you just hunted like 1,000 monsters beforehand, so now you know more. But like now the game mechanics itself has been changed for the better, right? So the experience makes the game easier, but the games itself is also easier.
Okay.
Like it's like if you're going to like someone with like a hiking expert, someone that has been like to like Mount Everest. Like if your friend has been like to Mount Everest before, and then you're inviting him to like hike to like some random mountain, like
they'll have experience.
Part of it is the experience, obviously, but like part of it is because like this mountain is like smaller than like the ones that like it's like shorter than the one he had before. Or like a mountain that like has already been conquered before, for example. Like usually they would have like safety line and stuff like that, things that would make the hiking like much more safer, right? Compared to like if you're hiking like an unknown mountain somewhere.
Right. I think this is just I want to go back. Like really what this conversation has made me do is like I want to go back and see the monsters in like World again and just see like because I do feel like mechanically the monsters in Wilds have sped up and they have gotten. I think they've improved with the enhancements that have been added in. So you're right. There are definitely enhancements, of course, that have been added in that make it easier. But I wouldn't necessarily say that the monsters themselves are easier now to kill because of that.
I think if you want to compare that, you have to compare to actual monster that exists in both games. So like Rathalos or like Radians, for example. Because otherwise, like, it can be that like the monster is like is like, it's designed that way because the monster is different to begin with, right?
But that's the thing is like Monster Hunter never really change. Like the reason why they add those monsters in is so that way people have those experiences. Like so, like Rathalos and Rathian are usually very similar throughout every single Monster Hunter game. I think Rise was the first one where they added in a bunch of moves for Rathalos that people hated. And I didn't notice any of those moves in this one.
What movement?
He had a lot more.
I never played Rise.
And he was in the air a lot more, which was a big pain. And then I think flash bombs also weren't super great at getting him out of the air.
Even more than World and like Wild.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure they're on the air a lot already. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, he was a pain. And then he had a couple of moves that were like just completely unique to being in the sky and stuff. And it's like fighting Rathalos in Wilds felt more like fighting him from past games. Like it felt familiar. Rise, it felt like he was a different monster altogether almost. And so
that sounds annoying already. That sounds annoying already. Like the fact that the only reason I can beat him back then was because I'm an insect glaive, so I can like.
Oh, so you can jump in the air, yeah. No, it's like you have to.
If I'm using a charge blade, I will be so annoyed.
I will say Rathalos and Kushala Daora were like the two monsters that's like, okay, I'm bringing in my 3 flash pods and then also a bunch of flash bugs so I can make flash pods on the side and then.
Kushala Daora, I think, is like the metal one, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I hate that thing.
He was a pain.
Bouncing off the freaking boss.
Oh yeah, because you need to have like a certain sharpness, right, to get past his like reflection, and then
Yeah. So yeah.
Which man, I had to face off against have you? So you've gotten into high rank. Have you seen like Glavenus or like him back in the? Like my attacks were bouncing off of him. Like, oh my god, I need to get a better sharpness weapon for.
I think the boss I hate the most in World would probably be the monkey.
In World or Wild?
In World. The monkey.
Rajang, the Thunder Monkey.
Yeah. Furious Rajang. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, they're mostly because of how fast it moves and how small it is.
And
I need to hit him to bounce.
He was a pain, that's for sure. And then I'm very curious to see what monsters are left in Wilds, because like I really want to face off against Gore Magala because I loved him in 4. And if we have Gore Magala, we probably also have Shigala as well, who's like it's like the evolution of him. But yeah, it's like I want to see some of the other ones too.
Yeah, we just gotta like wait until like more monsters like shows up on like the Wilds, right? Because like I don't know how how many monster is on Wilds. I mean, we just started like high rank basically.
Right, and it's like because even like just going through this zone, they started adding in. It's like, oh yeah, now there's this monster on there, and then I'm sure like as we get higher rank
you would
too.
Never see if you're on low rank at all.
Right.
But yeah, overall, I think the game has been modernized in almost all aspects. Like, unfortunately, also like politically speaking, like for example, they're not using like any more like male female body outfit. No, it's just diamonds and like circles now. Do you notice that?
You mean for the character creator or something? It's like when type or whatever.
The armor. Yeah. Instead of like male female, it's just like diamonds and rounds now. And like circles.
I think that's always been in the game actually.
I think that's always been. I think it's just like when you're creating the characters now, right? They didn't even give you the option like for the gender, right? You just have to pick a preset and stuff.
Oh yeah. No, that was annoying. Like good character creator, but some of the parts were definitely annoying to try to figure out what to even pick. But I also think that's probably going to change with because this game was in development for a while, right? So they probably were in still all the what is it, all the recent stuff. But I feel like the games will change and reverse back on some of that. But
yeah, I think this is just gonna be like a theory, like not a theory, like an opinion from my end.
mm-hmm.
The majority of the cast seems to be female now. If you
Is
check
it?
there's a lot more female characters in the game compared to like in the previous game. Like at least like main cast, like people that you talk to. Like I'm not talking about like NPCs
there's
that are
Alma.
populating.
So there's Alma
So
and then
Alma, Gemma, right? Nata is like a little kid, which is like doesn't exist in like the previous game. There's no kids in the previous game, right? So let's
well actually not Alma, the Gemma, right?
Gemma.
I'm almost positive she is the her character name was Little Miss Blacksmith from Monster Hunter 4. And she was a little kid there. And it's like, it's cool to see her because I'm almost positive that's her. And now she's like an adult and everything. And it's like, it's kind of cool. So to me, that's like a nostalgia moment. And I'm almost positive that the head guy.
If that's the case, that's really cool.
And you know, the head guy as well, that's like the researcher that sent us out. I'm almost positive he's another character from 4 as well. Because he mentions that he has experience with Gore Magala's like blight and everything. And I'm like, yeah, makes sense that would be him.
And then like the Olivia, which is like the main knight, right? And then like
there's the researcher, but he's a guy, but he doesn't look very masculine.
Yeah, Eric. I think like people, the rainbow flags are like being like, oh, like, you like this game now? Well, apparently the voice, like, did you know about that? Like apparently the voice actor for Eric, like the researcher guy, is like a trans.
Oh, I had no idea about that. So
see, that's what prompted me to think that like, hey, is the cast like almost all females like this because of politics or because like this just how like but like at the same time they did it well. Doesn't diminish the gameplay whatsoever, so I don't
but it's like even so like
this is less of a drawback and more of like an opinion piece,
right? Because there's 5 kind of main characters that you see with the commander, Olivia, Gemma, and so
Eric
2 of
definitely
those
talks a lot, like Eric.
Yeah.
Olivia, Gemma, Alma talks the most, obviously. Your character talks here and there. I mean, the only time, there's only 2 times where the main character looks cool. It's like the first time when he jumped, and the last one where
at the very end where it's like, I approve this quest by myself, but
by my own order. I shall slay.
That was pretty cool.
Now, that is really cool.
And then how he just like lightly taps the glass too to awaken it. It's like
to break the crystal and stuff. That scene is fucking epic. And the fact that it's cutscene means I can probably like see it again anytime probably.
Yeah. I think from the probably from your tent and stuff.
Yeah, so like
but it's like a lot of the supporting cast though is male, right? Like from each of the villages. Because like the first village,
Sato, and then like the Isai, I think Nala or something like that. Like the little girl is like a girl, obviously. But then you have to talk with the village elder, like technically, the village.
Hello there, Hemro. Thank you for stopping by. Just talking about wilds at the moment.
Usually more marketable. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? Like that's why I said it's more opinion. Are they putting in more girls because it's more marketable, like a gacha game, or are they doing it because of like politics?
I honestly didn't notice it all that much because it's
the only reason I hear this is because like those rainbow people are started talking about like the voice actor is like trans and stuff like that. I'm like, why are you starting to bring this up now? I gotta think about it.
Yeah,
right?
it's
if
like,
I never heard about anything politic related, I wouldn't think about this aspect at all. But now that they started bringing it up, and like we also know that like Japanese companies these days have been getting like more like quote unquote modernized. I think I saw news about like a Square Enix like director or something like they wanted to bring like they wanted to make more game that is like more modernized and stuff like that now. Apparently, I doubt it's politics.
It's Square Enix
Japan.
has gotten
No.
some weird.
Japan has been getting more and more political, especially the bigger companies, right? For example, like really more modern. Yeah. There is literally like a new, like an interview with like Square Enix, like I think like the dude that like designed like Final Fantasy or something.
It's I'd have to go into I'd have to actually understand where the quote's coming from there, because there might be context that that we're possibly missing. But at least with Monster Hunter Wilds, what I'll say is, like, for me, it doesn't seem as bad because I'm always used to the handler, right? Alma is usually always female, right? So I think her being female doesn't matter to me. And then the other cast is like,
okay, so the director of Final Fantasy Rebirth spoke the truth a few days ago. They now make games for a global audience, guided by ethical reviews instead of prioritizing Japan and creative freedom. Based on,
so
like,
to me, that
interview.
just kind of means that they're going for just a wider audience, right, than just solely on Japan.
Well, no. The problem is that like global audience is like usually like ethical. Like the problem, I think, the problem is like he mentioned ethical reviews, which means like they're like you know how reviewers are usually really political. If you never notice, like not YouTuber reviewers, right? Like reviewers, like when people say
you mean like
reviews,
IGN or
usually
something
mean-
like that?
Yeah. Yeah, the problem is that like those companies are really political. So like, if their reviews of the game is that like you need to have like, LGBTQ and stuff like that, or otherwise it's not global enough, then like
I think it's just I think that might just be a mindset thing of how you're reading it.
Yeah, no, but like this is happening on like a Japanese company, which is pretty well, how people call like Japanese people to be like really like old fashioned and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, like Japan has not like changed a lot, and I have heard recently that there's been other stuff too, like credit card companies or like other stuff like refusing to work with like some anime or like companies and everything, and
yeah, it's just like I'm not saying that would be what they're doing. But like the fact that they have to say it out loud like that, kind of concerning.
Until we see stuff, Himuro did bring up a good point of they did make Forspoken, which wasn't great. That was a very bad game. But until I really like see the negative side effects of it,
like here's a good example of like inclusion done right that Square Enix does. Final Fantasy 16 has a gay character.
Really? Which one is? Oh yeah, there was. I forgot about him, the prince. Yeah, because he was badass as the Bahamut anyway.
I'm not saying you cannot do it. I'm not saying including it is bad.
Oh yeah, no,
Because
definitely.
I don't want them like. The problem is that like the way it was worded is that instead of prioritizing Japan and creative freedom, right? If the main guidance is less about like what people think about, like, director Final Fantasy. They now make games for global audience guided by ethical reviews instead of actually no, this is not the quote. I'm trying to find the actual post.
Right. Because that sounds more like a title, and it's like I feel like because to me when I read that, what that sounds like is that they're more, because Japan has always kind of been like a Japan first and the global audience second, if at all.
But
and so
I think that's fair. I think they should stay that way, because the reason people like Japan games is because the game has always been made for Japan first.
Well, I don't think so, because that doesn't always mean that you're going to get the game if they do it that way. So I think if you have a global audience in mind first, then you can design to release things at the same time.
What kind of global audience you're trying to do? That's the problem, right?
I think just releasing it to everyone around the world is the.
Hopefully.
Now you're right if they are like censoring. Right.
Yeah, no, like the reason I'm bringing that is because like Capcom's and like even Elden Ring does that. If you guys don't know, Elden Ring doesn't have male female, right? It's like body type A.
Yeah. That stuff has been annoying me. I hope they do get rid of that.
Yeah. So like technically it does have like inclusivity, like they're trying to appeal to a wider audience, and like that kind of thing, you know, it can be annoying, but it's not, you know, it doesn't break the game. So I'm still fine with it. The problem is that if they started like, you know, if that's like, if that's only the beginning, you know, if that's like them like
Right.
dipping their toe into the water, and then like eventually they're gonna jump in, and then it's gonna be full blown woke, and then suddenly we're gonna have like Concord, but like Japan version.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of always where I'm always. I'm a wait and see kind of guy. Like once you actually have done something like a Concord, then that's when I'm upset.
Yeah,
Which,
so I'm not saying this to like disparage the game.
Right,
it's
right.
just more of like keep
you're
an eye
concerned.
out.
Yeah. You're concerned about it, so.
Like
and
I
get
like,
it. I get
like
it.
for me, Monster Hunter Wilds like is like an 8 out of 5 from like 8.5, mostly because of like the performance problem.
Yeah,
I probably would have given it like 9+ if it weren't for the performance.
I will say the performance was going well until I got to that fire area, like the environmental effects with that fires, like sparks going everywhere. It's like, man, I noticed a big dip there, but everywhere else seemed to be going pretty well.
I was fine because I use frame gen, but like when I was like on like I was maxed out, right, in terms of settings, right? I like I'm dipping frames when I get into the forest.
Okay, so I don't have my stuff maxed out or using. Actually, I've heard frame gen is actually kind of bad if you're not at like a high end specs anyway. Like
frame gen is bad if you don't have like high frame rates to begin with. If you start off like 30 frames below,
it's like bad, right?
Yeah, frame gen needs like a high base FPS, like 40, 50, like 60 frames.
Gotcha.
That's why I ended up turning it on, because like, you know, my lowest frames are like in the 50s, but like I just don't want to have frame drops when like fighting bosses.
No, I agree.
And texture pop-ins, which is like really weird because my PC is like strong enough. Don't like, are you fucking kidding me? Like the fact that I can like, you know, I can look sideways and then like the ground is like pixelated.
I haven't noticed that, but I have heard that that's a case that can happen. Right. Yeah, but I'm also reducing a lot of my settings. So.
Yeah, you can only notice that if you have like the high or like highest texture, I think, settings.
Oh yeah.
Like,
I don't
if
think
if you have it like the lower it gets, like the less problem you will have with it.
Right. But yeah, so that's kind of been our thoughts on Wilds. I know I did want to talk to you a little bit about our next game here with Honkai Star Rail, right? Because I know that's another controversial game that people have been kind of. Well, they haven't been liking a lot of the recent stuff with it.
I have a lot of stuff to say about that game too.
So I guess first let's talk about the MOC, because I know we both ended up kind of doing it. And I'm interested to hear your thoughts on it, because I know a lot of people were saying the new MOC was very, very tough. MOC, I think they were saying the 10th floor was harder than the 12th and everything.
Nah,
personally,
fucking say that.
I mean, personally for me, I didn't really have much trouble going through it.
When people said the 10 is harder than 12, I wonder if they even reached 12 to begin with.
Right. But even then, 12
10.
didn't bug me too much. But I also had a good herda that got me through the first half pretty quickly.
That's my point. That was the point. I was streaming, so I stream Honkai Star Rail. I haven't played the game in like the past 6 months, right? I streamed the game to do just MOC. First hour was enough for me to get to 11.
Right.
And then the rest of the stream is just spent on like trying to finish the last floor.
Okay.
Like I streamed for like almost 4.5, I think.
And was it which boss? Was it the last half that got you, or did the first half also cause some problems with the bug? Yeah, because that one took me like 6 or 7 turns or something. But it's like it wasn't hard. It was just he had a lot of health.
so there, I ended up winning because someone in chat helped me.
Oh, okay.
And then like, oh, you should try this out. Like, and I think his like advice was fair, but I don't think
what did he give you?
I think it was more luck. So he advised me to change the light cone on like my tank, on like
So I guess what was your team comp actually?
My team comp here. First floor was like, oh shit, I forgot. Wait.
Yeah, I should open up mine too, because I know I had what was it?
You know what?
Fushuan?
Let's
As my
let's just
tank.
open it. Let's just open the game while we're on it. Fushuan, yeah, was my tank on the second half when I'm
Yeah,
fighting
same
Nikito.
here.
And then the first floor is really easy because well the first half, at first I couldn't manage, but I think it's less because I like because of like the lineup, and just it's more because I was just unlucky in the like, I think I tried it like 2 or 3 times before I changed my squad. And then I changed the squad back because like the squad that wins before, I think I was using Firefly, she wins because like she cannot die. Like but at the same time it took me like 10 turns to beat it, and like I was wait, I'm already not getting like the 3 stars if I'm doing this in 10 cycles. So I scrapped that. I went with my old team, which is, I think it's like Aventurine, Robin, Ratio, Fei Xiao, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
That's my first team. And then my second team is like the Akron team, which is like Fu Xuan, Sparkle, Jiao Chu, and the Akron.
He's Zhao Chu's the fire dot guy, right?
Fox guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
That fight is almost impossible.
I didn't. I had the exact same team, and I didn't have too much problems with that last phase. I think the main reason, but I also was able to get through it. Like, I think I beat the first phase.
Problem with the last phase.
I mean, it was just time consuming, was all. Like, it felt like, not like.
No, but the reason is that because you have Herta. See, my problem is that like the Nicanor boss.
Right, but I used Herta in the first phase.
Oh,
not the second. Yeah.
What is the second phase? What is
my
your
Akron
second
team? The
phase
same as
like?
yours, actually.
Exact same, like Sparkle, Fushuan, Jiaoju, Akron. How many turns did you spend on the first one and the second phase?
So the first phase, I think I got through in like three or 4, and then the remainder was all in the second phase. And I did get in there on the very last turn, so it was time consuming. And
so
it was
it's the same as me. I was just more of like 5-5, so I did finish faster than you in like the second phase. I just finished slower in the first phase. See, but that's the thing. The last boss is like
it's a pain. It is a pain. It's a pain.
It is very tuned for like specifically characters that are like more recent, which is like if you think about it, like Fugui,
the spear or the
Rappa. Yeah, Rappa, Herta, and then like the.
I feel like the buff this time was very much meant for the. Aglaya,
even
or something.
The buffs are like specifically for remembrance character or character that uses ultimates a lot.
And it's like I didn't have either. Well, I had a character that used ultimates with Herta, but I didn't have any remembrance. Yeah.
Yeah, either remembrance of Herta, and like the buff is already annoying, but like the boss itself is so designed that like if you use someone like Fei Xiao or like Akron, you're not gonna win. Or it takes it
just takes longer. I think you can still win. It just takes longer to get through it.
It takes longer, but the problem is that in MOC, if you don't win
you
fast
need to get
enough,
through
it doesn't matter if you win.
Which is one thing I wish they would change. Like, I hate the time limit on it because I feel like if you beat the content, it shouldn't matter.
But I personally like contents that are like harder, but there is no timer, and then you just have to like survive. Objective survive.
Have you gone through and done ZZZ? At all with its like tower stuff?
I haven't.
Like, you might actually really like that because essentially that's just like the first couple floors are easy and that's what gives you the rewards, but after that you can just keep going, and it's just can you beat this stuff? Right? And I don't remember if there was a timer or not. I feel like maybe there was. I'm
pretty sure there is a timer. I think I remember saying like watching a streamer that like does the tower thingy.
But either way, it's so fun because. But you're.
No, but I think
that kind of defeats my purpose though, because I feel like timers just shouldn't exist really in a lot of stuff. But
it has to exist on a game like this because otherwise the game cannot be casual friendly.
So what do you? So which game are you talking about? Star Rail or ZZZ?
Gacha games, just gacha games in general, like ZZZ, like.
So why do you think they need a timer?
first of all, like the buffs is there to like sell the characters, right? Obviously, the domain design is gonna be like based on like what characters is on the banner. And
So
then like the reason there's the timer there, it's because they cannot make the boss too complicated, because the game is supposed to be casual. Like if you're
I
making a
don't.
boss, there's a difference between making a boss for like a game like Elden Ring or like DMC, and then making a boss for like a
So I
more
don't
like
think.
casual like fighting games.
So I don't think that's a gotcha game thing. I think that's a Hoyoverse design thing, because you can definitely have gotcha games that have challenging stuff in them and not have them require the latest characters. It's just more like
No, the timer is still gonna be there. We're talking about
no,
the timer
it's
here, right?
right, but I don't think the timer it doesn't need to be there, right? So like I don't think the timer adds
timer
anything.
needs to be there because they cannot make the bosses any harder.
They definitely can make the bosses
The timer
harder.
is
like
the timer is there in place of like more difficult thing, because like if every fight is like an Elden Ring fight where like there is no timer, it's just you surviving with whatever you have,
Yep.
no one's gonna buy the new character.
Sure they will.
Why would you like, there is less incentive.
I feel like people would still
like,
buy
if
characters for like one to either like collect them to get the story, or because they have different like gameplay.
People that collects them are gonna collect them either way. People that buys character for the meta is not gonna buy anything if you can finish everything without a timer, because other like if there is no timer, I will eventually beat it. Well, it doesn't matter.
But I don't think
timer
that
is there
you
to
need
force your hand, right? The timer is like a layer of like limitations, so you are more likely to swipe for a character.
right, but I don't think that needs to be there. I think you can still make a good
It
gotcha
needs
game
to be there
without
for it needs to be there for like business purposes, not for
No,
like,
no,
purposes.
I I don't believe in that. I think that's
I
a
believe
reason.
in that. My proof is that like the system is there.
It's there right now, but I think it's going to tire people out, and not every gotcha game has it either. So,
give me an example of like a fighting gacha games that has like an end game content without timer.
when you're saying fighting, what do you mean by?
That is like combat related, not like Infinity Nikki.
Okay, so not like Infinity Nikki or like a turn-based game.
Yes. Well, no, even turn-based games like still has time limits, right? Like turn limit, like anything like that doesn't have like a limitation in time or like turns.
So I would say that so Grand Blue Fantasy is one that's been around for a while. They do have like when you start a boss, there is a time limit of like 50 minutes, but you're rarely ever reaching that, right? If you get in there with a good team. But it's like I feel like
so there is still a time limit,
but it's not something that you're gonna hit. Like I feel like
can you beat it with like the characters that you get on the very first version, or do you have to keep up with the meta and pull the new characters to do it? Because if you're saying that I rarely touch the timer, but that's because I have the like all the 5 latest character with the broken meta and like
so
perfect weapon and stuff like that.
Polling in Grand Blue is not the same as Hoyoverse stuff. You're not.
But
you're
what
not
I'm saying
pulling
is
on
that
every
like
banner.
yes.
Yes.
if you're saying you didn't hit the limit, but that's because you have all the new all the recent characters and their weapons, and then they're all maxed out, and like that's the same thing in like Wuthering Waves.
Again, a very different game. It doesn't work like that. You don't actually equip stuff onto characters, but I would say that you could still you can't do it with new characters, I would say, or not new characters. Actually, that's a good I would need to get back to you on that, because some old characters because they go back and revamp older characters and rework older characters, so some old characters may still work, but I would say for the most part you're still probably going in with some newer characters over the past couple years. But I think
revamping is going to be hard, because I think China has a law for it.
Yeah, that's where I need to
the old characters.
I need to look at that and see, because I keep hearing that, And if that's the case, I think that's really stupid. And I feel
It is
like
really stupid.
Chinese gacha games will start to
But
lose.
but I think we should look at it in the two direction. That also means they cannot nerf the old characters. Because
that doesn't mean anything.
The way some
like
the way some company does is that like if you cannot make, you know, if like let's think about it. If they make a rule instead, like you cannot make the new characters too OP, then what they're gonna do is you know, if you remove that rule and then you replace the rule with like the exact opposite, is that like instead of like you cannot change the old characters, you cannot make the new characters too different, then they're gonna have a hard time selling the new characters. Because the old character will always be relevant, or they would make the new character slightly better, but then they nerf the old characters to make the difference. Like, you know, the difference has
why
to
would
be
they
there
nerf?
either way.
So why would you ever nerf something in a gacha game? I don't.
To make the new character more appealing.
So you
because
don't.
like the only reason they cannot do that
hello there.
right now
Welcome.
is because there is a rule that says you cannot change what you already sold to the customer or something like that. That's why they cannot change the old character, right?
But I feel like if your design to a character is the only way that you can make them appealing is that they're so overpowered or you have to nerf other people, then you are a terrible game designer, right? Because you should be able to find ways of making a character like unique and wanting to play them.
They are a terrible game designer.
Oh yeah,
if they do that. That's exactly what happened in Honkai Star Rail. They cannot change the old characters. So here's what we're gonna do: we're gonna make them so irrelevant that you're gonna have to pull for the new one either way.
Yeah, I mean, well, they have said that they wanted to buff the older ones, but then have you seen some of the leaked stuff?
Right? But then there's that rule. Like, so like what is the rule is about? Like is the rule like we need to know like the details.
They're gonna like buff them. Yeah. But they said they want to buff the older units, right? And that they're going to be doing that. And but the problem is that some of the newer units, like, have you seen any of the leaks for the upcoming patches in Star Rail?
Nope.
So one of the things that they're going to be adding in, or potentially adding in, is that when you unlock a character, it unlocks permanent buffs for your account. So like, say you unlock a character and it increases all of your other characters' speed by a certain percentage. Or
Fuck.
That is what they are thinking about doing. It's been in the beta. No idea if that's going to make it to live or not, but...
That is fucking cheating at that point.
Well, it's stupid too, because then you're not pulling for characters because you want them. You're pulling on them because they...
But brought it back because of meta gamers, so it's kind of backward in this argument.
Interesting. I know I haven't heard much about
they tried to nerf Neville and then people didn't like it.
Oh, was it with like his turning or something?
Yeah, his turning is like slower, or like you cannot turn as much or something like that. Yeah. But like that's my point, right? Is that like if you the reason it's there technically is for like, you know, like if we want to look at it positively, is that like the reason it's there, it's probably because so people wouldn't do shit like that.
But
we think that the Neville it's not intended, therefore we're gonna change the rotation. Instead of like 180 degrees, it's now 90.
So that's minor, like, how should I put it?
I
could
rules
see
are
that,
always gray at some point, you know, when we're talking about like rules made from like government, because this is technically
right. Yep, it's like government,
right? Yeah, it cannot be super like detailed, because like that's, you know, rules are never like, the more
people are gonna find a way to they're easier to break.
People are gonna find people are gonna find ways to like sidestep it. So,
but I'm saying, I guess the point of why I'm getting onto this is like, I think they definitely. You can go back and rework older characters, and you don't need to make the newer characters super OP, because I feel like people are going to pull on them if you give them unique gameplay and you make, or you have them fill out a niche in a team, right? Like,
well, not all of them. See, here's another trouble. Which one do you think would have a more chance of spending money? People that like the character, or people that like the constellations? Like the meta? because that's what the dupes gives you, right? It gives you more numbers, more mechanics, more damage, stuff like that. It's meta.
I
If
think
you
it
just like the character, you can just get the character, right?
I think it
You
depends
don't
on
even have
the,
to swipe. You can just save up. There is no one that would be able to like swipe, like saving up for a 6-star, like a 6 constellation character is like impossible basically, unless you want to like not pull for any character for the next couple of years.
So I think it's going to be one. It's going to depend on the type of game that you're dealing with. Because if your game is more friendly towards dolphins, I think more people are more likely to spend. Or if your game is just good in general, people are more likely to spend on your game because they feel like you deserve it. But if you only ever make it to where it's like, for instance, with what Star Rail is doing, where it's like you need Constellation 2 or you need Constellation 6 to really make a character feel good, you might get people in the short term, like you said, that go and spend money on it. But I think you're going to burn your players out and into thinking that you're a good company that deserves that money. And they're going to stop spending money on that game and cause it to go into a decline. So it can work in the short term, but I don't know, like and also I do think that people if they really like a character, they will spend to at least get a copy of that character, I feel, even if it's not C6. But
yeah, if they like the character, there's more chance of them just getting one copy than like multiple copy. The only reason people would get like multiple copy, like 90% of the time, would be the meta. Like if you just like the character,
right.
The constellation is not gonna change anything. It's
and
not
the
gonna
thing,
change how they look or like how they sound, how they move.
honestly, I think that's really what we should be pulling for is extra skins. Like I feel like in a gacha game, if you're going for multiple pulls, it should be purely cosmetic. But
I think if they're gonna be purely cosmetic, they might as well make it like Warframe. Just no gacha. Just like let me buy it immediately.
no gachas.
I like Warframe more.
It depends.
Personally,
Yeah.
You can grind everything. You can grind the premium currency, but you can also buy it if you want to. There's no gacha system.
I've never played Warframe. I have heard a lot of good things about
There's
it though.
zero gacha. So
Right.
So here's the funny story from Warframe. We have pets in Warframe, right? Like dogs and cats and like all that stuff. So at some point they had this feature where you can get like you can, I think, like re-roll like the dog or something for like a different color or something like that, something similar. I didn't really know about like the feature because like I only read the news. But like the developer figured out that people have been using it as like a way for people to like gamble, so they removed the feature because they don't want gambling in the game at all. So yeah, the game,
but
in all, it's like, for better or for worse, that game is super friendly in terms of like financially speaking, because you can grind everything.
Right.
And even
and it's like
premium currency.
And I feel like gacha games could do that too. It's just like it's only been in recent years.
It wouldn't be gacha games. The only reason it's called gacha games is because there's gambling involved.
Well, no. I mean being able to grind to get the stuff that you want. Like, yes, there's going to be randomness, right, in what characters you get and everything. But I feel like yeah.
If you can grind it, it's not gacha games anymore. Like, think about it. If there's no time limited, right? Like for example, like Warframe, you cannot call Warframe like gambling because there's no chance involved, and there's no time limit involved.
So
but like gacha games will always have this chance base, and like the way they do the only like the reason the chance is really annoying, it's because it's also time limited.
So that is a thing where. That is only recent gacha games. That's only since Hoyoverse has really gotten into. If you played gacha games before in the past, what it would be like is in order to get a character, you would have to save up a good amount of pools, right, to get them. And then once a banner ended, those characters would then go onto the standard pool. So,
but there's still chance like involved in it, right? And like it's
but
how high is the chance to get those characters?
So before it would just be like let's say I'll use Grand Blue as an example here, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you go to pull in Grand Blue, you need to do 300 pulls on a banner.
Mm-hmm.
And when you do that, you are able to specifically pick whatever character you want on that banner.
Okay.
And the way that they do it is every month, there are 2 special banners that they have, a Flash banner and a Gala banner. And during these
Mhm.
banners, they have unique characters that are very strong that you're going to want to pull for. They come back every single month. And during those banners, the rate up for SSR characters is doubled or improved. So while you are pulling for a specific unit, you are most likely going to be getting a bunch of different units along the way, right? You're not just getting the one unit, you're getting like 5 or 10 or so it's like I feel, and that's kind of how gacha games I feel used to be in the past. And if you didn't get that character, you could either try again in a couple of months when you had the currency built up, or
but I think the problem. But see, there's also the time. I think they still apply in both aspect in the time limit and like the time. Well, not time limit. It's more like time investment and the chance base. Because like, how long does it take again to get like to 300 pulls?
It'll be dependent. It could be, I would say like in a year you could probably get like 3 or 4 in. So it's definitely, you're definitely saving a lot more, I feel like, in Grand Blue and probably some of the older gacha games as well. Whereas like in Hoyoverse games and the recent stuff, it's like you're able to pull almost every banner cycle kind of, but you're not always guaranteed you're getting to like the 50-50 or something.
Yeah, so like Hoyo improved in that regard, right? We went from like
I would not say
that
that's
well, no, you went from, like you just said it, you went from saving 4 characters to like, you know, saving now like every other banner basically.
No, just to get to a 50-50, and then if you don't get it, the character disappears forever. I very much preferred it more where it's like the characters would then go onto like a standard banner or come back more often, right? Whereas
see,
like,
this is the part where like this is exactly the same difference between like something like Monster Hunter World and Wilds. Everything else now is more compact, more like condensed, and people want the rewards faster. What you said back there, that's something that is more akin to like people that like playing World, because like, you know, it's more about like the grind, you know. I wanna see the fruit of my effort, like, you know, I wanna work hard and then get rewarded by it. But like the newer gacha games now is more about like faster reward, more rapid.
well, but they're not really rewarding you, right? Because if you lose that 50-50, then you could be.
But it is reward in some ways, because apparently some people hate it when do you know that some people complain that like Wuthering Waves has like a fixed weapon banner that like you guaranteed to get it?
Wait, really? People, how would you hate that?
Like the whole point of a gacha game is the gambling aspect, and you're removing it when you like make it like guaranteed.
No, that's stupid because you're supposed to eventually get the stuff.
See,
like
that's because they're here not for the grind. They're here for the gambling.
Yeah, that's. You have that in
Modern
TCGs
audience,
and stuff
see?
too. Yeah.
The audience have different. You know, the old ones likes the grind. The new ones likes the dopamine from like gambling.
Yeah, those are the people that like the relic system the way it is, right? Because it's a random chance of getting a good one instead of back in the day where it just used to be a fix, you know.
Like
the stats would always be fixed.
I like guarantees. I've known I've known what it's like to be addicted to gambling before. So like, I rather get guarantees. But that's not the I'm the minority this time. We're like the minority.
Are we well, here's the question. So are we the minority, or is it just that we've gotten a bunch of new people into gacha recently that haven't experienced anything else?
No, I think we're not the minority. It's just compared to those people, we spend less money, so we have less voice.
Oh, yeah, I would say we definitely spend less money.
Because when we like trading time with the grind, that means we're spending less money. Well, the reason we're doing the grind is because we don't want to spend money, right? Like whenever
it depends.
possible.
For me, the reason why I'm not spending as much money is just because the games don't cater to my like mid-tier like dolphin level of spending. Where
Exactly.
it's
That's my point. You don't want to spend as much money. You'd
like,
rather
no,
spend time.
I'm totally fine with spending money. It's just spending
How
$100 to not even guarantee a 50-50. That's not money wise. That's not worth it to me, right?
Exactly. That's
But
my
if they were to
point.
have a sale,
The people that likes gambling would spend 500 and $1,000. If you're already debating on spending $100, then clearly that's why you have less voice in the game.
no. But you see, the thing is, like, I wouldn't mind spending that if they made it worth it. The thing is, they don't make it worth it with the current cost of everything.
How do you make $1,000 character worth it?
No, I mean, so you don't make it. The thing is, you don't make it $1,000.
Exactly.
But
And it's not gambling. Like, the reason the reason they make it this way is because they want to make more money.
and you're right, but I think it's gonna bite them in the ass. It's not a sustainable thing.
Let's think about it. Why do we want the game to be grindable? It's because we rather spend time than spend money. Is that not right? Is that right?
So
Would you
what do you
agree
mean
with
by grindable? For what aspect?
Well. Imagine if like the game is like Warframe now, where everything is like grindable. You don't have to spend the money. You can grind asteroids. If you just play enough hours. If you play, if it instead of like 100 hours, you play 500 hours, you can get all the characters that you have now without spending money. Like for example, like I have a couple 6-star S6 on like Wuthering Waves, right? Like if I spend double the time that I played now, but I can get everything for free, I probably would do it. But that would give them less money, right? That would increase my playtime, but that does not give them more money. That does not give the company more money. Do you know what gives the company more money? If they make it 50-50, like if they make the thing not grindable and then have people spend money for it. Enchants.
I feel like it's
enchants
very
enchants means like there's always a chance where you would spend double the money that you would have spent otherwise.
So I think for me, like when it comes to that, like would I want to grind or spend money on something? I think it would depend on the game and the part of it. Because like, let's say I were to spend the time grinding up and getting a Warframe, right? And I got that experience of getting that. But then if I could spend like, let's say $5 or something to get the other ones or unlock everything else, for relatively cheap, I'd probably do that like afterwards. Like,
you can. But you can Warframe, you can either like grind it, or you can grind the parts to craft the Warframe, or you can just like spend like I think like
but like
$20-$30 maybe, and then get the character immediately. Just swipe the character.
And you're right that
or you can
companies
you can grind the currency and then buy the characters immediately instead of like grinding the Warframe.
Right, and I think you're right in that's the reason why companies do it, is because they want money. I feel like though
they
causes
don't want your time. Well, they want some of your time, but what they really want is that like from those time you spend money.
Right, but the thing that happens with that is that every time you spend money, you're losing player trust. And hang on, I've got a silverfish I need to kiss or kill, not kiss, kill. Give me a second.
What? Wait, what? Sequel is like kissing something.
No. So
guys.
there's a nest.
Guys, sequel is kissing a nest? What nest?
No, silverfish. So they're these annoying bugs that crawl along the walls, and I think they like to eat paper and stuff.
Wait, what the hell? I never heard of that. What the hell? Silverfish? What the hell?
Yeah. They look very ugly. Sorry, there was one on the wall, so I had to go and kill it.
That's crazy.
But anyway, it's like
why is the bug named Silverfish? What the fuck? Who the hell came up with this name? Want to beat their ass.
But anyway, what I was saying before with that is that every time you're asking players to spend money on your game, especially in ways like that, you are losing player trust, or maybe not losing. You're withdrawing your player trust. And the more you do that, the less likely your players are to be able to forgive you for mistakes that you do.
Yeah, that's
Right.
fair. I mean,
So,
easiest example would be Oyo games and Kuro games, right?
right. Well,
Because Kuro games
exactly.
is
That's what.
more grindable. People liked it more. At the
Mhm.
same time,
And how often are people willing to forgive Kuro games when something goes wrong, as opposed
no,
to like a Hoyoverse
see,
game? That,
yeah. No. In terms of like in the views of the players, obviously Kuro games is in a better light. At the
Mhm.
same time, how much is Genshin making compared to Kuro games?
They're still making a lot of money, but it's does Kuro game. But the thing is, like, do they need that money? Is the uh,
Yeah,
but
but
you're
we're talking about like the comparison and the income, right? The fact
but
is, being
okay.
more scummy does bring more money here.
But let's say this, like, and this is a hypothetical, but let's say Genshin makes all its money, but then dies in the next 2 years, right? So it was alive for 5 years, but Wuthering Wave doesn't do all that stuff and is able to go for 10, maybe 15 years after that. Which one do you
Well, do
think
they
would still
care?
be successful? Yeah.
Well, I still think like Wuwa is more likely to be successful. Like I said,
Mhm.
I'm on your side.
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
I think that like I like Wuwa more because they're more friendly
Mm-hmm.
to people that doesn't pay for the game. At the same time, there's a reason why Hoyo games keep making new games, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because not only they don't want to put all the eggs in one basket, they're also trying to get more money. They're trying to dominate the market also. Like the problem in like one of the reason Wuwa cannot afford to be like Genshin is because there's smaller, like there's smaller team, assuming
What do you
in
mean
bad
afford
faith
to be like Genshin? Like,
they cannot afford to be scummy like Genshin. They have to be like better.
hmm.
Like the reason they have
I
to do 80 pity instead of like 90 and like they have to do all this good stuff is because like in terms the game itself
I
obviously the
don't think
game is a
them being a
smaller
smaller
scale.
company has anything to do with that. I think it's because the reason why Genshin was able to be so scummy with its practices was because it was really the first of its kind in that gotcha area of like the open
Yeah,
world
that also
exploration.
that also plays a part.
And but like whereas like every other gotcha game was competing with all the other gotcha games, right? So that's why you had people being a lot nicer, and that's probably why Wuthering Waves is nicer too, because they know that they aren't the only fish in the pond anymore, right?
I mean, there technically
So
are compared to, like, again, there's only two open world like action RPG so far. Technically,
right
they're
now,
the
and we're
only
going to be
two
getting a
fish in
bunch
the
more in the
pond.
future, yeah.
Yeah, but
But
like
I would also consider ZZZ in that pool too, even though it's not open world, it's still in that
yeah.
action. Hmm.
I feel like ZZZ is closer to something like Snowbreak or like Girls Frontline.
I think it's still has the same
Where like,
audience
oh no,
though as
well no, not Girls Frontline. What is it again? Honkai Impact.
Honkai Impact, yeah. But I feel like the same audience that would play Wuwa in Genshin would also play ZZZ. So I think they're still fighting for the same customers.
Yeah, in some ways, yeah.
Mhm.
I still I feel like the direct like if we're talking about gacha competition, obviously all gacha games compete with each other. It's
Oh yeah,
regardless
definitely.
of like 9 out of 10 times,
Mhm.
they're gonna compete with each other unless like it's a super niche genre, for example, like Infinity Nikki, because like people only have like a limited time and limited money at the end of the day, so
Mm.
they can only play a certain amount. So obviously they're gonna compete each other. But like as a direct competition, I think like the only competition for like Wuthering Waves is Genshin Impact, and then
If you're
vice
trying to
versa.
compare
The
them,
only
yeah, yeah, I would agree.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah. Mhm.
the only one-to-one comparison that you can do would be like those two games,
Mhm.
because Zenless also
Yep.
has a sure Zenless has like the similar like fast fluid combat and stuff like that, but it has a different niche. You cannot do exploration in Zenless, so like that can be a selling point to some people and like a
Mhm.
like a negative to other people. But like Genshin, there's like you cannot really you like in Genshin you cannot really say that, because in both games you're doing the same thing. You're beating enemies, you're
Mhm.
exploring the world, you're doing side quests and main quests, and then do some like side activities in the meantime. So yeah, I think like yeah, like you can compare like other gacha games, but I think like one-to-one comparison is like almost impossible with that.
Yeah, no. I definitely agree. You can't do a one-to-one comparison. I'm just, yeah. I guess I was just saying more like the audience. I feel would be similar, but yes. And so
Relic
like
sucks in Wuwa.
they're
I don't know.
they're
I
definitely
like
very
Echoes
different.
more than
But
Artifact. I like Echoes more than Artifact.
I think the tuner system. If they got rid of the tuner stuff, that would be really good. But
I think I think the tuner has. Oh, I think for business reason, tuner has to be there.
so why from a business standpoint does that need to be there? Like
Well,
what does that?
because that's the end game. The end game is that you grind for tuner and the echo tubes.
That's not the end game. Wouldn't the end game be the holograms?
No, that is the end game grind. The hologram you can only fight the hologram once for the rewards. Who the hell comes in game to like to fight holograms?
Right, but I feel like that would be a better
What would
end
be
game,
your
right?
see,
But that
what
is
would
an
be
end
your
game
main
though.
that is an end game. But like the end game that keeps you coming back. Like I'm talking about not the end game like the on game content, right? I'm talking the well no, I'm talking an end game content in a different sense. I'm talking about the end game content that keeps you coming back to the game. One of them would
Mm.
be the daily rewards. And
So
the second would be spending the stamina, which is you spend it on tuners. Because if you spend it on like character materials, you will eventually max out your characters.
so the thing is, I would not consider any of that to be end game. Like to me, end game is you do
No, that's why I'm
something.
saying that's why I'm saying it's in a different sense. Is that like an end game as in what do you do after you finish the game? There's nothing else that you do outside of like farming for echoes.
Right. Like and you power up your characters, but it's like
Yeah.
I feel
So
like
what happens if you get your echoes faster? You stop coming back to the game.
and I think that's fine. That's like I feel like the
That
big
is fine
problem,
for you, the player. That's why I said in the business sense, it's impossible,
well,
or at least it's not advantageous to like remove that because then like there's gonna be less player coming back. Like people, there's gonna be this like big spike of player coming back in the patch, and then no one's gonna play
no, but I think
during
that's
the rest of the patch. Like,
better as long as you can get those people to keep coming back. Because like Final Fantasy 14 does the same thing where they're like, hey, like
Final Fantasy is different because you pay when you come back to play the game.
it's
If you come
it's,
back
it's
to
about the same thing as
Wuthering
like
Waves
buying
every
a
version,
battle
do you
pass,
have to
right?
pay? No, do you have to pay if you come back to like Wuthering Waves? Like, do you have to? I'm talking about have to, right? Because
Mm,
in Final Fantasy 14, if you want to come back
true,
for the
you do-
latest expansions, you have to pay for the subscription, whether you play a full month or not. You're
right,
getting your
but
money up front.
it's like it's
But
not
they-
as I feel like it's the same thing as buying a battle pass, right?
It's
But
the same price, but
mm,
Battle Pass is optional. You don't have to spend money on the Battle Pass. You definitely have to spend on the subscription.
okay, let me put it this way though. Then, even though Final Fantasy has that, like there is that barrier to entry with having to pay for
Mhm.
that. They still
Mhm.
get people coming back whenever new patches come
Mhm.
out or when enough patches have come out,
No,
and they are
but, like-
totally fine with that. Like, and
yeah,
I
they're
think
totally fine because when people come back, they have to pay.
people would still pay.
That's where they
in
get
these
their
games
money.
Too. Right, and people would still pay in these games too if the prices were better and if they didn't burn their character, like their player base out on trying to keep them in
Oh,
grinding.
look. Now your whole advice is that we should make less profit. You cannot say that to a company. We're talking like I said,
So-
as a player, I'm with you.
Mm.
But we're talking from I'm taking in the business sense. This is a stupid decision to make if you do that.
So
Let's
You're
make the
saying
game
less
less
profit.
grindy. So you spend less time, less play time means less chance for me to like tempt you to spend money on the game, first of all. And then second of all, since our game is
Mhm.
free, when you come back, there's a possibility that you might not even spend the money on the game because we give you enough currency already in the patch, right? In the WUWA. So not only does the playtime is lower, the money is also low. Like the financial income is gonna be lower too.
So hmm. I really want to see people actually test that, because that is, I won't deny that it won't be lower. I just don't think it's going to be as low as people think it is if they try to appease more to a like the middle tier instead of just the whales. I still think that they would be able to make enough.
Echoes doesn't appeal to the whale.
Okay, so okay, I'm not talking about that anymore, but you're right. Let's go back to that. So, but I'm just talking about in general, right? If we're talking about people trying to leave and come back into the game.
Well, let's talk common sense. If you why does do you know how like we got a lot of like advertisement these days? Like we know whether
general,
you're scrolling socials, in general.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Why do you think that's the case?
Oh, it's because the companies are trying to make money. That's
exactly. You get the point. So if you have less game time on a game, for example, if the echoes is easier, if instead of like 4 weeks of grinding, now I could grind everything in 1 week. That means lower playtime. Lower playtime means lower few rate. That means there's lower chance of me selling things to you. For example, in the store, in the shop. If you play less, there's less time you're gonna see the shop, and that means there's less time you're gonna be tempted to spend money. For businesses in general, that doesn't work.
But let's say that you actually had a game, like let's say you had a gacha game, right? That you were to stop playing.
For them to be low playtime, higher money. In an ideal world, yes.
No, okay.
Actually, no. No, actually, no. In an ideal, no. For businesses, they would want both.
Businesses
they need a certain amount of playtime to show, usual numbers for the for the investors. Hey, people playing like this amount of time in our games, and they spend this amount of money in our games.
But it's like I guess what I'm trying to say is like I feel like if they had something where it's like, let's say you played a patch for the first couple weeks, right? Like the patches now are like, what are they, like 6 weeks, 6 to 8 weeks? And you played it for like the first couple of weeks. You got everything done. You were happy. And then you stopped playing. And then when the next patch came out, you started playing. You started playing again, but in order to get the character, it was maybe only like 30 or 60 bucks to get a character.
More players need more server, but it's not like they can shed the servers when the players goes down.
No. So I'm not even talking about that at the moment. So let's.
I'm reading like clear friends like chat. Like they cannot do that, bro. The server has to be there regardless. Like.
No, it depends. It depends. They can. I think they can add or remove stuff as needed. I don't know within a couple of months if it would be worth it if they're
if the player counts keep going down and then doesn't have a number doesn't see a they can cut costs, but they cannot change it every patch and be like, hey, first few week of the patch we're gonna have 10 servers, and then like after that we know the player's gonna go down, so we're gonna have 5 servers.
They might, but that's stuff I would need to look into more on how to. But what I'm trying to say is like, if you get people coming back, you make them happy, and you make the costs lower, I feel like you would get more people spending. And while you're not going to get the ridiculous amount of monies that you would get from the whales, you would still, I think, make way more than what is needed to be comfortable within a game. And I feel like that could still be fine. Because when you go and you cater only to the whales, they're going to fail in the long term. And so,
I don't know. I still think that like it makes sense for the businesses to like cater to the whales in general. Because whales are guaranteed to spend money. Being good at the customer does not usually mean you know. Like think of
Really? So,
let's use an example like this.
mm,
Uh, I was looking at my HSR and then I forgot what I was going to say.
have you? Let me ask you a question then. Have you never played a free game before, and then after you spent enough hours into the game, you've been like, you know what? I've enjoyed this game. I'm going to spend some money on it because I feel like it's earned my money.
No, I do that with like Helldivers. I spend money on the
Mm.
game. I like the game. I spend more money on the game.
Right,
See,
right.
I know. I understand what you're trying to say. Here's the problem. How much,
Mm.
how much money do you think I would spend, like, when I feel like I'm spending, or I feel like I have to spend?
Oh, and that's so true, Fran.
More often than not, people would spend more money. Like, for example, let's say Honkai Star Rail.
Mm.
The new MOC is so hard. Oh my god, I should have spent money on the new character. Do you think there's more chance of people spending money because, hey, I feel charitable today, I have extra money, let me spend on like the game because I like the game? Or do you think they would get more money from like, hey, this character is meta, it's gonna help me clear more content?
It depends on how
Plus-
many times
plus
they
I
did
like
that.
it.
So if it was the first time, maybe.
Well,
But-
a lot of the times, once people done that once, they're gonna keep doing it.
I feel like people would get.
That's what happened to Genshin, right? That's why they have all this like sunk cost fallacy. Oh, I already spent $1,000 in the game. I have to keep spending now because, you know, I'm locked into the game.
Right, but I guess now look at Star Rail though, which is starting to do the same thing, and people are fighting against it. Right, like I think you do it enough times, you eventually, like, that's what I'm saying with like you're withdrawing.
I think Star Rail went a bit too far, but Genshin is doing the same thing. They're still making this like this big number. Like
But you did see that they lost a huge amount of money though, speculatively over the gacha. Like, do you watch that like gacha revenue chart thing that?
I know their revenue have been going down year to year. But I think in general they still make more. I'm pretty sure they still make more than like Wuthering Waves.
Oh yeah. They're still making a good amount of money. Like,
yeah,
but it went down quite significantly over the past.
But it's not enough to change the mind because they're still making enough money, right? They still make more money than most of other games. That's my point. Even though Wuthering Waves is technically the better option right now because, you know, it's more friendly. You know, you don't have to spend money if at all. Doesn't matter. Most people are committed to Genshin.
For right now is the thing. It's like, but will they continue to be that way?
They're gonna be committed until the. They're gonna be committed until the end. Like people who had already spent. Like, do you think people who already spent $10,000 on the game is gonna stop?
Depends. We're
talking
really depends.
about people that is like addicted to like gambling and like spending money here. We're not talking about like sane people like us.
I know people that were super addicted to. They were super addicted to things like WoW, and ended up quitting because of how bad that game got. Now, of course, there are still going to be people that still play it and have played it forever.
There's still some people that keep spending money on, you know, that keeps eating slop, and like, you know, if you watch Asmongold, you know, keeps sucking dick.
Wait, what?
That's what he said. Like, you know, you build 1,000 bridge. You know, you're
sorry. The way you phrased it, I thought you were saying Asmongold was sucking dick. Okay, but no, you're talking about yes.
Yeah, no,
okay.
No. People, there are some people out
there. I mean,
there
he
that
has
love
done it,
sucking
but that's
dick.
it.
Like, you know. No, but like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like some people are like, we are not the target they're aiming for. That's the thing. The whole reason they're doing it this way is because they want those kind of people, right? Those kind of people are like the best, like their ideal type of consumer, and that's what they're aiming for. They're trying to like please those people, like especially like those people usually exist a lot in China. That's why they only listen to people from China.
So out of curiosity,
like you see when
have you played Love and Deep Space?
No.
Because I kind of want to try and play this to hear about it, because I've heard.
I was thinking about it, yeah.
Because the reason why I say this is because it's making more money than any Hoyoverse game at the moment. And from what I hear, you don't actually pull for characters, you pull for the dates with the characters.
Yes.
And so
I
I'm
think I
very
recall
curious to
seeing
see.
that.
So I'm very curious to see.
They're aiming for the feels. I think
Right.
it's the same concept in a way, right? When you're, I guess.
And how much is it? I want to know how much it costs, because
Actually,
if they're
no.
still getting.
Otome is more of like, people pulling for characters that they want, like the example that like you gave a little here. Because but that's also because when you're playing Love in Deep Space, I'm pretty sure there's there's less than 1% of people out there that is like talking about the gameplay. Everyone knows when they play Love in Deep Space, they're not playing for the gameplay. They're not playing for like the I think I recall there people said they have combat in the game. I'm like, what combat, bro?
Oh yeah, I think there is.
Deep Space is about the dates.
From what I've seen, I think there is a little bit of combat.
Down and getting pushed down by the guys.
Okay, I'm looking at some Google stuff. It doesn't look like it's any better than Star Rail or Genshin. Okay, so never mind. I was hoping that maybe they could be a.
They're gonna be the beacon, No, that they're doing the same thing. As like they're manipulating the consumer in some ways.
Right.
And like the problem, the problem is that just like Genshin Impact, like Love and Deep Space is like probably the most prominent one right now, and the only option. I think people have some other alternative, but like not much, like
not in that area, yeah.
Yeah. So that's why they can do whatever they want. People are gonna eat it. I spent like 1.8K on an old game I gave up because of the company. 5K hours and over 10 years of playing. That's what R says. See, that's the thing, R. Like I said, we're not talking about people like us, people that have some common sense. Most people are not like that. Isn't that exactly why games like Genshin and Star Rail still exist? Even despite the profit, the profit went down, it's still making a lot of money because there are still a lot of people that are in fact affected by the way they do the businesses. Like the profit still went down, obviously, as we said earlier. So that means there are sane people that actually left the game.
Yep, or the people that were there.
But there's also a lot more that stays.
I just wonder how long it's going to keep going. Is the only thing, I guess, is my.
See, I feel like it's if you want to change a company like that, you just gotta be really, you just need some solidarity. Your next banner comes out, whatever game it is, a gacha game, whatever it is, if for example you don't like Wuthering Waves, don't pull for any characters. Make sure that their next revenue next year is gonna be next patch is 0. They're gonna listen so fast. But the problem is that that will never happen because the majority of people still spend money.
But you don't need to. What's the right way?
I feel I said this a lot to my friend that likes Nintendo games. I'm gonna offend so many people here because I know you also love Nintendo games. if you want Pokemon to change, just next Pokemon game that comes out that looks like Arceus, for example, just don't buy it. Make sure that their next next fiscal report is $0. You're gonna see the next Pokemon, the Pokemon game after that is gonna be so much better. But no one's gonna do it because they love Pokemon so much, they're gonna keep spending money regardless.
So interesting that you bring up Pokemon, because I do because they had their direct at the end of last week, and it wasn't very long, and there weren't too many big announcements. However, one thing that they did announce was Pokemon. Was it Pokemon Arena? Or no, Pokemon Champion is what they called it. And I think this game is actually going to mean that Pokemon games going forward will be better, because a lot of the reasons why Pokemon games have been shit isn't because of the fact that like as you have said, or you and like other people, and I feel like to a certain extent this is true, but the reason why they've been bad isn't because they feel like they can just get away with people buying their games all the time. I feel like
Switch.
No, it's because the Pokemon games have not been games. They've been more things to move the franchise forward. So if you take a look, the reason why every single like Pokemon game or new generation came out every like 3 years or so was because they needed to come out with a new anime at that time. They needed to come out with something new for the TCG. They needed to keep their competitive side.
So you're saying they're not the focus? That's why they keep getting sidelined.
What do you mean by who's they in this?
Like the games, they're not the
right.
focus.
They're not the focus. They're there more to.
It's like a big billboard, basically.
Pretty much, right. But over the past couple of years, we've seen things like the anime is no longer really tied down to the main games anymore. The TCG is kind of fine with doing its own stuff now and isn't completely signed down to that. And then now they have the Pokemon Champions, which is now the competitive side of Pokemon. That means that Pokemon games can now be completely divorced from the competitive scene and do their own stuff. So we may not see it with Legends. The ZA may not quite be that game that people are thinking of, and maybe not even the next generation after, but I feel like this is a sign that Pokemon will be getting better, because they don't have to be like, the main games don't have to be that thing that keeps pushing the game or the franchise forward, if that makes sense.
Well, as someone that never played Pokemon games, I hope so. for the sake of you guys, I hope so. That's all I can say. Because I don't know, man. I feel like it's the easiest way to like make game companies listen to you is just to like,
definitely
to
get any company to listen to you. Not spending money is the best way to do it. Absolutely. And that wasn't to say that isn't the best way to get Pokemon to listen to you.
Yeah,
I think it definitely would be.
Yeah, it would be the easiest way if you just do that. Or they're gonna be like, "Oh my god, like the game is bombing so well. We're wondering if you guys can give us like your feedback and like what kind of things you would like to see in your next Pokemon games." And they would definitely make something like that if the game bombs. But it didn't. It sold a lot still because a lot of people have nostalgia and stuff like that. So like I think the same thing can be applied to gacha games. Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, a lot of people are already committed to the game, for whether it is because of the addiction or it's because like they're interested in lore. I'm not saying the story, the story has some problems, but like it's not like it's like, I think Honkai Star Rail is good story, bad storytelling so far, like lately. And meanwhile, Genshin Impact is, I think, I don't know, man, Genshin has some issues.
I've heard a lot of stuff I hear even the lore hasn't been great with the Natland and everything. So
Genshin like Traveler in Genshin is like some of like the most relatable like main characters, because because they literally get like distracted by every side quest.
Oh,
as a main character. They remind
how's
me
that
of
hunt
me
for
when
their
when
sibling?
I play open world games. Yeah. How's the main quest? Like hunt for the sibling. With sibling? What sibling? I'm just here dancing, man. Like, just dancing with like the Archon of War.
But we're dancing.
Yeah, the kind of war that I see in High School Musical. That's literally what I told like someone like last time. I was like, hey, like watching Genshin nowadays is like watching like High School Musical, but fantasy.
That's funny actually.
Because like like the Nation of War is filled with music and dances and like no one died.
And I will say, I think that theme could work very well. if it just wasn't in this nation. If it was its own separate nation, I think it could have worked
No.
out really well.
Would have worked really well in Fontaine.
Oh yeah, that was interesting too. The air brought up is that I did find it interesting that they had the male traveler in a hot spring, naked with a bunch of the other girls and stuff. I thought that was interesting.
I mean, hey, he's like a true
True MC, right?
yeah, true MC moment right there.
He just doesn't have his eyes.
You know, you can argue it's a private bat or something, like, right? I'm pretty sure if it's private bat, they don't really care whether like you're taking a bat with like a girl, like a guy or not.
That's fine. I think it's more the public perception of like the one guy that's in there with a bunch of hot girls around him, right? That are all.
Who doesn't want that? Who doesn't want that?
That's true. And it is weird that Genshin, like, they really do put the male MC forward, right? As the
That's because the game is designed based on around male. I think the
even
the
like
female is like an afterthought. I think.
Oh,
like,
was it? Okay.
Because even when you look at like the first trailer and everything, like the girl version is almost barely there. They only started doing that because a lot of people were complaining, and also like even then, I feel like a lot of the complaint only comes up once like people once the game went global. Don't you think?
Wait, was Genshin not global on release to begin with? Or
No, it's global, right? But a lot of the complaint comes not from people from like China or like the complaint comes around like from like Westerners.
Gotcha.
Like I feel like this is again part of like the modern audience thing. Is that like everything has to be like, it's like I feel like for us people that are like play games since like we were young, we don't really care what like like what gender is the character of the game, right?
True. Because
like imagine like if you're playing something like Nier Automata, do you complain like that why is there no male version of like
they just need to be hot?
2B? Yeah, why is 2B not male? Why is there no male version? Or like if you're playing like I don't know, like Space Marine, like why is there no female Space Marine? Like, no, we don't care, bro. What matters is
doing
like,
cool stuff.
what you do with the characters. Yeah. Let us do cool stuff that is within like the lore, within the story. Like if I'm a Space Marine, I want to kill monsters. I want to like rip and tear people out, kind of like Doom guy.
Yep.
But yeah, like the problem only comes up when once the game turns like casual and like bringing in all like the modern audience, right?
Well, I don't think it's bad letting you choose, if you want to be a male or female, but it's clear for Genshin, and especially early on, that it's like designed like when those three people that made Hoyo first came up with the game. They were coming up with the game with the male character in mind. Oh yeah, well,
the female version is like a last minute addition, I think.
I wouldn't say it's a last minute. I would say that to play as her is probably last minute. I would say because character wise, you could tell because they're even designed completely different, right? Like one is based more on whatever what's that last zone in Genshin that we're trying to reach. Not Shiznaya, but after that. Yeah.
Ganria?
Or
like
Conria. Conria.
The old nation?
Yeah.
Or like Celestia. Is it? Like the flying island. Are you talking about that?
No, I think it's Conria, because I believe Lumine's outfit is it's a part of that, right? And even the flower in her hair and stuff is a flower from Conria. So it's like she's designed completely differently than the male MC, whereas like if you look at the other games that they've come out with, like Star Rail, the Travelers or who you're playing as is pretty much the same character. And same thing. Well, DDZ's a little bit different, but they're still siblings, right? So they still do the same stuff.
I mean, I think became popular too. Well,
I think Lumine has definitely gotten more popular over the.
Yeah. But also, most people that are like back in the days, like the old timer gamers, like the previous generation, they wouldn't complain as much about like as long as the story is good.
Mm.
Like they will definitely notice that like the character like we do now, like right, like they will definitely notice that the character is like it doesn't feel right when you play the female character because like the game wasn't designed that way. But most of them probably wouldn't complain about it. They would probably make a post, hey, this character doesn't feel right, and like other people are gonna be like, oh yeah, that's because like we feel like the game was like designed back then like with the male character in mind. But like nowadays people are like, oh my god, why is like, you know, the last promotion material is just careless. Where's Stelly? Where's my superior like lesbian characters or like stuff like that?
Hmm. But I also think that's
Like
just
people
because
yeah, like the people that are like these days, they've been
well,
they've
you also have
been
to remember back in the day, you weren't able to voice that stuff to begin with, so it's definitely a lot easier to find that define those thoughts and everything than it
Yeah,
would
but-
have been
but-
in the past. So
yeah, that's fair. At the same time, social media are always designed to like, you know, to display the vocal minority. So obviously this is like a bias, right? If you're on social media, you know, most people that are like on the like if you meet like actual like you know most average like Genshin gamers or stuff like that, they probably wouldn't care.
no, I guess what I'm saying is when you're talking about the old school gamer, when I'm thinking of an old school gamer, that's before social media was a thing. So
If you're talking about old school gamers, you should think about yourself. Getting old man.
yeah, I know. My birthday's coming up next month. I've got to. Oh.
Gotta lock in, sir. Your bag
Yeah, I
is
gotta-
not getting any younger.
So getting the gray hair. Hopefully, I'm not losing any more hair. I'm fine with it turning gray, so as long as it doesn't go away.
Can it really? It doesn't. It can't turn gray if you don't have any.
No, but that's I would rather have gray hair than be bald. But
I cannot imagine you being bald. Not gonna lie.
I know it's funny you're saying that though. And my model is bald at the moment. I'm trying to fix that, but
Literally bald. Yeah, I know.
but you've
You've
seen
seen
me
the
in real
female
life,
ones,
so
so
you
it's
know
fine.
me.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's.
Oh,
Yeah.
man. And yeah, we've steered so far away from like our main topic. Not gonna lie.
We have. I don't even remember. We were talking about Star Rail at some
Like
point.
Honkai
but-
Star Rail. Yeah, we were talking about
Hmm.
like what's our opinion in like MOC, and like I think here's my opinion on it.
Mhm.
It is not impossible to it is impossible to beat if you didn't pull any character for the
Yep.
past 6 months.
I could see that. Absolutely.
Which is exactly what I played. Yeah, because any characters right after that update that I'm specifying, I think 6 months ago is like when they released Rappa, which is like an erudition character, right? Rappa,
Yeah.
Berta, Fukue. All those characters will deal with Nigador much better. But that's
Mhm.
that's the main complaint, right? Is that the
Yeah.
it's the power creep. It's the fact that you have to pull for those characters.
Mhm.
It's not that the battle is impossible. It's the battle that is the battle is impossible without those characters.
Or
Like for example, like the spear thingy.
mhm.
If you have Fei Xiao, for example, like which is like character from 2.5, right? She's
Mhm.
not gonna do shit to the spear, bro. You can kill,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
can destroy 1 or 2 spears, maybe. Can't destroy like all 4 of them.
I would say that you could still do that fight without any characters, from the past 6 months, but you can't complete all of MO. I don't think you can do both sides of MOC without some new character on one
Or you
side or
have
the
to be-
other.
See, you either have to do that or you have to be super invested like I do. Which, because like the reason you
Right.
beat it is because you have Herta. If you don't have Herta, you're definitely not getting 3 stars on there. Right.
Right. But
Because
I
you
had
already
Herta in
can-
the first half, not on the Nikador
Yeah.
half.
No.
Yeah.
But like
Mm.
the saving of the cycles in the first half allows
Right.
you to win
It
in the
helps me
second
to
half.
do. Right. That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. It's like you need them on one side or the other, and so like,
Yeah. Like, and for me, the only reason I finished it is because my Akron is E6.
yeah.
You guys don't understand, like the fact that I have to spend $1,000 to beat them.
Which is crazy. And you even have the light
Yeah.
cone too, I think, as well, right?
Yeah. and it still takes me 10 turns, like 10 cycles in total, like 5 on the back, like 5 on the
Mhm.
first one, 5 on the second one. Because
Yep.
I only have Fei Xiao and Acheron, which is characters from 2.5. That shows you how bad is the
Hmm.
power creep. The
Well,
characters
and
from
it's like,
2.5, and you cannot, like, you barely beat it.
well, it's like it took me 10 turns, and I had Herta right in some of the new characters, so
Yeah.
yeah, it's
So
rough for sure.
you should have used Herta on the second one.
I needed to get through the
Would've been
first
so much
wave. I
easier.
couldn't have cleared the first wave without her.
You can use the Acheron team in the first wave.
But
She
they're
would have
not-
done just fine.
I guess my brain, like, since I didn't have a lightning weakness, my brain just doesn't like going that. I know technically I probably could have been just fine.
No,
My brain just
you
doesn't.
You could have win because the Acheron ultimate doesn't care about your weaknesses.
I know, but that's a one thing. I was like, that was such a cool mechanic in Star Rail, and then now they've just completely said fuck all to it.
Yeah, no, but like, yeah, I spent like 10 cycles on it.
Mhm. Same here, yeah.
My choose squad is like, yeah, I already like tell you guys about the squad earlier, right? Like Aventurine, Robin, and my Robin is like maxed out. Like my Robin attack is like 5,000 or something. So
Oh,
like my Robin
geez.
is
Yeah,
like
yeah.
super built. Yeah, my Robin is super built. My Aventurine is like decently built. Fei Xiao, like everything else is decently built, but like Robin is basically the main carry in the team. And like in the second team, I have Acheron. And like the way they designed the boss is so like, it's such a big counter to Acheron. Like for example, the spears, like you can destroy the spears with Acheron just fine. The problem is that like Acheron can only destroy the spear once, right? With the ult, like boom, 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 everything got destroyed. That's it. And then you have to wait for the turn. The way he summons the spear is like way faster than like Acheron could ever like get the stacks like for the ultimate. So you will be guaranteed where there's like a certain turn, like there's gonna be this overlap on the turn where you will not have the ultimate, and then he will do that fucking spear thingy where like, it will kill everyone.
Really,
You know,
I
like
never
his
ran into
ultimate
that
move.
issue actually. It seemed to work just fine
I had
with
that issue
me.
in the second team. So like I reached a point where like I would reach a point where like I couldn't build fast enough like the stacks for the ultimate to destroy the spears. And then he would do that big spear thing, like the spear where he would like throw the spear from far away and then like just like demolish everyone.
Yeah, I never ran into that issue. I don't know what.
You never had
Interesting.
like that problem like when you're fighting the enemy?
No,
Like
it's
where
like I never.
where like he would do like the big animation thingy where like you were supposed like I don't even know if you can stop him because like I don't play the story, right? So I don't know like the mechanics.
Right, but it's like for me, when that happened, is like there would be sometimes where it's like I wouldn't have the ultimate right away, but I would get it in time before he ever did that move that came up that would cause the problem. So it's like I never ran it. That's interesting. But yeah, it's like I never ran into that problem. I was always still able to break any of the spears and everything, and then.
Do you have like does your Fushuan have like a light cone?
She
You have
has
the light cone
the 4-star light cone that like increases her threat.
Oh yeah. I was using the same thing,
Mhm.
and I couldn't get the stack fast enough because like you can only get like I don't know I think you can only get one stack from like each. So when you do the debuff, I think Acheron has like this limit where like no matter how many like debuff you do on the turn, you can only get one stack from the same turn.
Like
So you
from
can
an
only
enemy,
get-
right? Or like what do you?
So like for example, when you so do you know how Jiaochu gives enemy debuff when they attack?
Right. Yep.
Right.
Mhm.
And so there's this I like one of my viewer last time like suggested me to like change the light cone like into like the like for Fushuan into like the light cone that like if the enemy attacks you, they get debuff. Do you know that light cone? I think that light cone is like the one with the topaz.
With
picture
topaz on it,
the-
right? Yeah. I know
Yeah.
of that one. I've never used it
Yeah.
before though.
See, I at first I thought that's the reason I won the game.
Oh, because
But
you would get
it,
an extra debuff or something that.
yeah, because I get the extra kind of debuff. But then I remember that Jiao Chu does the exact same thing. When you attack, there's a debuff. It's
Right,
not
right.
gonna add.
And his
It's not
count is
gonna
like.
add 2 stacks. Yeah, it counts as like 1 debuff per turn.
Well, I think
So,
it's like
like,
it's
it
also
was
because
just-
like
it-
his
it was
debuff
just
also
sheer
counts
luck.
as a burn.
Yeah, no, it's just. I think it's just debuff in general. You can only apply it 1 at a time. I think for Acheron. So you cannot
I think-
add multiple stack unless like you do the unless you have like the unless you're doing like the Acheron skill where like she does
Right,
the
right.
slash
She does the
thingy.
2. Yep.
Yeah, that's when she get 2. Otherwise, you only get like 1 at a time, I think. So like here, if debuffs are if debuff actually if debuff inflicted on multiple target, then 1 stack. 1 stack of Crimson Knot will be inflicted on the enemy target with the most stack. So like the
Right,
stack
right.
only work, and like this ability can trigger only once for every ability use. So yeah, there's this like
Yep.
thing. I was
Gotcha.
just wondering if that's what happened. Like that it was just sheer luck that I just win that one. Because it's like the only reason I won is because the Fush run is like has like 1 health, and then I just used the ultimate, and then like, oh my god, I survived. Because the moment Fush run died, everyone dies.
Oh yeah. Definitely. If she's your support, but it's like, but yeah, that's interesting. I wonder what I did differently that got me to do that, and then.
But oh man, I don't know. I don't know like how your team stacks up. I guess I also just found out my like I looked at my characters after. My Jiaoju is not really built, like fully built. I think his talent, like some of his traces are not max.
Oh, okay.
Or like not really high. So that definitely plays a part. But like the fact that it's that hard with a character that is like so recent. It's not even 1 years old. And she's like the Acheron is not not even 1 years old, right? And she's E6 and we're struggling that much. I think it's kind of insane. And like I
would agree.
There are
like
so many.
there should have been a lot easier.
Yeah, and there's just so many times when I can just like look at this battle like where I almost win but loses because of the stack, right? And I'm just like, if this is like if my Hertha is finished, I could have win this.
Or actually, I'll say like, I don't think it actually probably shouldn't be that. How should I put it? It should actually be okay if Acheron isn't amazing on every single fight, or even like this one. The problem is that the time investment to get another character up that would be able to do it is just, it's going to be the whole MOC, right? It'll take you so long to be able to get anything up there that it's.
But also like, think about it. Like Acheron is like one of the most broken characters in the game. It's just she's a bit old, right? But somehow you're struggling this much already in the game.
No,
like,
I guess
when you're
I'm
talking
saying
about
is,
investing on the new character, like newer character. And,
no. So that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying more like it's fine if fights aren't catered, like if every character can't do every single fight. You're right. So let's say if they had a character, like for instance, the T-Rex guy. Do you remember the T-Rex guy from Penacony? Where like he can be, like he's a lot, he's supposed to be for dot characters really to try to get through him, right? Because dot characters trigger and causes buff to go off. Right? He's a lot of fun to do that. And I think it's cool if you could do stuff like that, where it's like, if you have these characters, then it does make the fight easier to go through and everything. But the problem is that if you don't have a dot team, you're not going to be able to build a dot team up just to face off against them, right? Like
and also like technically they already do that to Acheron since the release. Acheron is never good on like pure fiction. Acheron is bad on pure fiction.
she's kind of rough. Yeah. Or
fucking
useless. I feel like she used to be okay when she first came out, and then they started doing the POC, especially the recent ones. Have you done the recent ones with like the special buffs and stuff that come out?
No.
Like she's definitely not great on that. Like you definitely need pure erudition stuff to get through those.
Acheron is bad on like you can get some scores, but with how late, like how how rare her ultimate comes out is just like, you know, that's her main weapon, right? So
Yeah,
like
yeah.
having like it's just impossible to get all of that in like two like cycles or something, or 3 cycles or something like that on MOC. No, on Pure Fiction.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
yes, she already has her weaknesses already, and now like we have like this boss that is like specifically designed to counter that kind of playthrough. Like the way, like for example, the way she builds up like the way they build up like the spears, like how fast the spears are, and then like how like the attacks, like all of the Nikador's attack are all AOE, right? And there's also like the health, like you know, reducer. Like the health reducer is like straight counter to like Fushuan, right?
Yeah, that
Fushuan
was
is like
annoying. I
a
noticed
tank
that too.
that is like, yeah, she's like a full, like a tank that solely depends on health, and then like you take the health off off her.
Yep. And then what I found
like,
very annoying about that one was that it would cause her passive to go off, so she would waste a heal when she doesn't have the health to heal. That pissed me off. Like that was annoying.
Yeah, that's a full counter on like 2 characters already. And like
and again, I think that's fine if you have, how should I put it? If you are able to build up other characters, but you can't build up other characters, right? Or even if you do get a new character, you may not have them built in time to actually be able to beat this.
No, that's I think that's the problem actually, is that like you need to build a new character again.
And if let me put it this way,
the game mode is so impossible with the old character that you, like building a new character is just the most obvious way, and if you're not doing it, you're stupid.
Right, but I'm guessing what I'm saying is like if building that new character took you like 5 minutes to do instead of like 3 to 4 weeks to, you know, because you got,
I mean, 3 to 4 weeks is still 3 weeks is still viable, right? Because you can still, you know, you can still fight it, because like the MOC is technically 4 weeks. But the fact that you have to pull for the character in the first place is the problem, I think.
Right. And I think how should I put it? It's not so much like,
I think the fact that they're doing all of that, if it's just one of them, if the character is hard to pull but easy to build, or easy to pull or hard to build, you know, one of the two, it would have been much fine. But the fact that it's like both is hard, you know, you'd have to save up for the character, and then you gotta save up for the build.
Well, I think honestly, they just need to have more characters in the game, period. And especially a lot more 4-stars, right? That can help people clear content. Because I think, because what it should be ideally is that 4 stars can get you 3 stars, but you're going to 10 turns, right? And you get the 5 stars if you want to try to 0 cycle or do it under like three turns.
I used to be able to 0 cycle.
Right. And so like I think they need to have way more characters in the game and a lot more 4 stars, so that way people can get those characters, build them up, and then actually use,
but like if they have too many characters, they're gonna have the same problem as like what Genshin Impact does now. There's just so many characters. It's all like convoluted. Every character has their own way of like playing the game and like stuff like that.
Well, I think
like
that's fine, right? Like
one of the reason it's hard is like the it really depends on how they do it, right? Like for example, like something like what Honkai Star Rail does right now, I think a lot of people are like complaining that like the problem starts around like Panaconi when they start introducing like the super breaks, because now
and super breaks not even viable anymore, like
yeah, and then like they're introducing this like temporary mechanics. There's like viable for a certain amount of like, you know, game time, and
that
then
I think is stupid.
Abandon it. Yeah,
like dots, right? When have we gotten dot support? And Kafka was so good. I still love Kafka, but I can't even bring
Kafka
her.
as a character too. Why would I pull for anything other than once for her if I know that she's basically useless otherwise?
Well,
like
if
most,
they
like most people, unless like it's super Kafka fans, like wouldn't do that.
Well, I'll say this, Con, if you pulled for Kafka, and it was cosmetics, and that cosmetic was a skimpy 2-piece swimsuit, guaranteed
I
people would
would
be
pull
pulling
for
for
the
that.
character.
But
I mean, I would pull for the character. I mean, look, if I'm pulling for a character, I would pull for the character. But I'm not gonna pull more than once. Like that's what I'm saying is that like people would spend more money when the character is meta is because like the constellation is the meta, right? And like if the character is meta, they're more inclined to spend money on the character. If they just like the character, the one is what all they need. Technically speaking, you know. Like bearing like, oh, I'm committed to her, like, people they're like a bit more like, delusional
But
and like wants to like, dedicate their money to it and everything like that. But like most people that just like the character would spend money once and like get the character.
and I think that's
But
fine
like if the character
if
is
like
meta, yeah.
because
If the character
like
is meta, they would pull more.
well, I don't even think the character needs to be meta, like because I think kind of what Fran mentioned is like if you have something that's like how should I put it? Like if your characters unlock some sort of unique niche or add to your team building.
I'm not talking about like what they can.
Mm.
Well, no, what team building?
Yeah. So let's say like for instance, you pull for a character because you're weak in a certain aspect. Like you don't have, like for me, I don't have any fire units, so I actually found MOC 8. Right. And I think that's fine if you can get enough people to do that.
But if the but like if the character is meta, there is more chance of like those people to spend even more money because now, oh my god, the E2 like doubles her damage. Like this character is the most OP character of 2 point something. And I'm talking like typical like YouTuber. Like if you pull for this character, you're gonna break your account. Which is, I kind of understand what they're trying to say, but like, you can clearly tell the
what was this talk though just really reminds me of this. I think this meme that's like, what is it?
I saw it a lot with like I think I saw it with like Aglia and then I saw it with Rochia and then Bran, like on WoW. If you just started playing the game, Wuthering Waves, if you just started playing the game and your first 5-star is Rochia, you're gonna have a hard time in the game.
Oh, so
that's basically it.
Yeah, I guess what I was trying to say is I love this one meme for just gacha games in general where it's like oh, somebody's like, oh, I rolled for meta and got shit, and then somebody slaps them in the face and it's like, fool, I told you to think with your dick, not like pull with your dick, not anything else. And it's like, yeah,
I agree. I agree. It would save you a lot of more money, actually. Because like, look at me. I pulled for S6 Jin C. Is she fucking OP? Yeah. Oh hell yeah.
Oh, I did end up getting one copy of her so I could get the outfit for Wuhan.
Ooh, nice. Welcome, Jin C.
And I did get her weapon too. I haven't. You see, the problem I have with Wuthering Waves is that I still haven't been able to level up any of these characters I've gotten, like Camellia and her and stuff, because I feel like it just takes a while to get all the mats. But but I think that's the Hoyoverse type games.
Friend, if you pull for the character multiple times, most of the time it's not because, most of the time, right? There's, like I said, there's always some outlier, but most of the time you pull it because the copies does something.
Oh, yeah. No, I get that, but...
No, I'm trying to explain it to Fran, because Fran said like pulling for certain things would say it's still meta. Pulling for characters is different. It's the same thing. If you pull the characters multiple times, most of the time would be because the constellation does something. Or like, extra copies increase her attack or something like that, right? I don't know what other gacha game does. Yeah,
and I think we've kind of been we keep going back and around on this a bit. It's
I mean, because at the end of the day, like the whole thing is like interconnected, right? Like the whole power creep problem is like related to like the MOC and like the way the characters are designed and the way the gameplay is designed, right? And like like when I was complaining about the MOC, like, the buff is already bad for like the character that I have, sure. But even the boss design is also bad for my characters. It's like they don't want me to complete the game without pulling the character at this point, right?
So here's a question. Like, if they had actually put the characters back onto the standard banner after their first initial banner, do you think it would be as bad, right? Because if they get put onto the standard banner, then losing 50-50 may not sting as bad, right? Because you could be getting a completely new character, or you could be getting a constellation for a character that you currently have, right? So
it would be bad for their number. So I don't think they will do it. It would be great for us because that means like the character is permanent. Like think about it, like I think like Punishing Grey Raven does that. So Punishing Grey Raven has like the gacha system is a bit like complicated, but also it's much more generous. So like in Punishing Grey Raven, you can get a 5-star from like 60 pulls for the characters. It's 50-50. If you want guaranteed, I think like the pity like changes like anywhere from like 80 to 100. I think like that's like the limited banner character, right? But but like the limited banner character is like, for example, if it's a new character, if it's a rerun, it's like 80% chance. If it's a new character, it's 100 guarantee. Like there is no 50-50. I think.
Okay.
Or if so, or was it there is 50-50? I think there is 50-50, but like the 5-star I don't know how to explain it. I think it's 100% actually.
So the question is, do you think they really would lose money though if they did that? Because
they would definitely lose money. If getting characters, if doing anything in these games are easier. For example, if the echoes are easier to get in Wuwa, or like if the currency is easier to get in Genshin, the income will go down. So that is 100% guaranteed.
I feel
now,
like
whether
I feel like if there's somebody
the impact on the number is significant enough is a different matter, but the number will definitely be impacted.
Right,
because
but
the whole reason
I feel
they
like
make this much money in the first place is because they're doing all of that.
I still feel like if a character gets put onto the standard banner, you would still have your whales pull. They would still pull day one anyway for your stuff on the guarantee, like on the banner that gives them the guarantee.
Here's the thing. Like in some whales in China, will stop whaling on your game if you make it easier for other people to get the characters. Because now the character is not as rare.
To me, those aren't whales; those are leviathans. But yes, I know what you're talking about.
So yeah, like imagine the amount of number that you will lose because like those people hate you because now the character, like the game is easier now. When I played back then, like I need like 100 hours to get the characters, and now they only need 60. What the fuck? This is like betrayal, and then they stop playing your game, and then they start spending money on your game.
Well, really. Also, the thing is too, like the reason why I call them Leviathans is because they're whale hunt. Like they're the whales that hunt other whales. Like they're
the whales that kills the other whales. Yeah. Like, the amount of money they spend on is fucking insane.
Yeah.
Like really, China.
So I could definitely.
I think China and Japan are like the kind of like the people with like those of like most like, you know.
Because it's more
crazy.
Because I think it's seen there more to. Like using your money as like a sign of
they will it's like a symbol, right? Like the reason they get the character to like S6 R5 is because no other people can do it. It's like a pride.
It's a status thing. Yeah, it's like I had the money to be able to do this, and so
if you make it easier for other people to do it, there's gonna be more people. That means like their investment is less, you know, it's less viable. Now they look stupid. Basically.
Right, and it's essentially the game has to. They have to balance stuff like that, but then also having the actual in-game stuff that is challenging, right? Like,
I think the kind of trend I want to see from like gacha games would be like harder content. I want them to stop like being like too accommodating. I think.
Oh yeah, because I'll say this: what I want to see in gacha games is actual in-game. Because I don't think Star Rail has any in-game at all.
No, I mean I can still because like the current MOC is fucking annoying, but like
so I don't consider
I just auto it.
So the reason why I don't consider MOC to be endgame is because it gives you a reward that everybody needs and everybody wants. Like to me, endgame is content that you do because the only reason you do it is to show that your dick is bigger than everybody else, right? There's no other reason for it. You don't do it to.
hologram.
Exactly, like holograms in Wuthering Waves.
I think
and-
hologram is not significant enough to do like a big dick move. I think they should still reward you with something, but like something you can show to other people. Like it doesn't
So,
like, for example, like I think like people are saying like, hey, we should increase like the asteroid rewards on hologram. And like no, I don't think you should
no,
do that.
no,
Just give us like a different title or like a different name card.
that
Something
that could
can
work,
show other people.
or even some special echoes, right, for beating them, or yeah.
Yeah, or
I agree,
maybe
like,
like like lock your
something
character, like some
cosmetic.
of the
Something
Rover
cosmetic that you
skin,
can show off.
like exclusive if you beat every boss in like
Yes,
like
yeah.
like level 6 like holograms. And
Hmm.
then you get a special rover skin. Oh, and you can just like I would be playing co-op so much and then just flexing that skin.
Yep.
Just be like, look at this, bitch.
And so I think stuff like that, I wish games would add in a lot more. But yeah, so I know we're actually getting pretty late here. So is there anything else that you wanted to cover real quick before?
Honestly, there's a lot more, but like I'm surprised. It's probably part of it is my fault. I was late.
We kind of I did a bad job too, because I feel like we kind of went in circles a little bit there on the on the gacha, and then even me too on the wild.
I mean, I don't think we spend that much time in the gacha. I think we spend more time in the Monster Hunter Wilds actually.
Yeah.
Because I remember when we switching like from Monster Hunter Wild to like the Honkai Star Rail, it was already like 9 something. So it was already quite late. I mean, honestly, I enjoy this kind of discussions,
Yeah.
So,
But
honestly, I'm fine with it. I just wish we can do it longer, but like sequel, unfortunately, have a life, unlike me.
Well, you do too, but I
don't
think
have a
you're
life.
on break at the moment, right? Or
Yeah, but like I don't care if I can. If I can stream until like 3 a.m., I would. I don't mind. I don't care. But like you have a life, you have work and stuff like that.
Well, in my work's at normal times where. So it's.
I mean, even on the weekend, I'm pretty sure you sleep around the same time.
No,
so,
I do actually. I maybe
He's
stay up
just-
a little bit later and sleep in like maybe an hour, but it's like for me, I can't sleep in past like 8 because it feels like I'm wasting the day if I do that.
He's just getting old, guys.
I don't know, like you don't think like if you wake up like I don't know, like to me if I wake up past 9, it's like God, I waste the morning's like already done. It feels
See,
like a
I feel that. But also I live with my parents, so if I wake up early, I'm gonna have to deal with them. I would rather play at night. So the problem is that I still live with my parents. And I mean, like, to be fair, we're paying the rent together, so it's not like they're the owner of the house. We own it together. But at the same time, living with them means like I have less freedom when they're awake, which means I would prefer to be playing games when they're not awake.
Gotcha.
That's entirely my reason. I don't mind playing in the morning. Like there are times when I know my parents was away, I would just like wake up early and then play early. Like especially when I had to play like with people from Asia, because like different times and blah blah blah.
Right.
I personally prefer night just because there's more freedom. It's also more quiet. So yeah. Man, we still haven't talked about like the Wuthering Waves, but I guess you haven't finished 2.1.
Yeah, I haven't.
Did you finish the fishing
done,
quest?
No, I haven't done like really anything in it, to be honest.
The fishing is a bit grindy, but I don't. It's not that bad. I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure
I heard
finished
people
that-
like the
finished,
fishing
4
thing.
6 hours. Yeah.
The main thing was like, how do you start the story? Because I logged in, I didn't see a main story quest. At least in my quest log.
It's not.
but-
It's an event quest. It's not a main quest.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe that's where I was getting confused because it's like I thought there was like new story stuff, and I guess there
But I
is.
think
It's just not.
In order to finish, did you finish the story like the previous main quests?
Yeah, I did.
No, wait, no. They had this like warning that like if you want to experience the full game, you need to you're much better like if you finish the exploration quest first. So like the one under the
Oh, okay. So I haven't
So
done
they had-
that
yeah.
or like the side.
So if you do that and then like they're gonna like that's when they fully like endorse the fishing quest after.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you should definitely do that. Like the exploration under the fault is a bit meh, I'd say.
Oh right, I remember the Hogwarts looking area, right? The
the
mines are.
Hogwarts looking
Mhm.
area and like everything like that. It's a bit meh, especially with the fact that like the area looks so expansive, but you cannot fly in there. You can only use the rail card, like the
Oh
train
yeah,
thingy.
I heard people complaining about that. Yeah, the
Yeah, because when I saw the boss, when I saw like the boss flying around, I thought like, wow, maybe I can like do like one of those like in the one of the exploration quests before when you fly with the eggs. I don't know if you played that mission. There's like a
fly with
fly
the eggs.
mission before. Yeah, there is a fly
No, I don't
mission
think I've done any of
before in
that
the
stuff.
story.
Hmm.
In 1.0, there is a quest in Wuthering Waves, like in the Jinzhou area where you can like fly around and then like it's kind of like reminiscence of like Genshin's first mission where you're like flying, like chasing like the Fallen and then they're
Hmm.
shooting them. It's the same
Oh
thing.
yes, yes. Okay, okay. Gotcha.
See, I was expecting that kind of mission, right? And then like no, it's just like you're driving this train until like the boss arena, and then you fought it, and then that's it. And then like what? Like the story is kind of nice, but like it's meh. Like the fall.
Hmm.
I think the fishing is a bit more interesting. I mean to be fair, overall, it's like it's more like a filler patch, right? But what I
Hmm.
like from the fishing is that it's fully voice.
Oh, nice. Okay, that's good. Honestly,
Yeah,
I
which
like it
is
when stuff gets fully voiced and everything. Like,
and also it's technically permanent, but you need you're better off doing it now because then you get the limited 4-star weapon.
okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. But like otherwise, in the off chance you missed it because of Monster Hunter Wilds, I understand how like addictive that game is. You can still do the quest later on.
Okay.
The fishing is permanent. Yeah.
But nice.
Yeah. Overall, slightly above average patch, I'd say, just because of like the voice acting. I think like in terms of quest, it's okay, but like the voice acting makes the experience better.
Hmm. Okay,
So yeah,
gotcha.
that's my quick glance on 2.1 WuWa. If people that never played it need an opinion from me.
So that'd be good.
Uh,
I'll try giving it a shot, but to be honest, I might wait more until the actual story picks up again, and then because I'm very interested in
Yes.
that in WoA, because I really did
you
like how
need to
2.1
chase.
ended.
Have you seen Oh, Cantarella is so pretty. The jellyfish lady.
Oh shoot, you're right. I need to go get her new Echo or something, right? That's in the game. Yeah. Okay, maybe I'll come back then.
I don't know if her echo is in the game, but like, she's coming. You better start saving money. And also the pirate guy, I guess, if you want Jack Sparrow.
Nah, like
Like
what
Bran.
was?
You
Oh,
don't
thank
want
you for the
Bran?
stretch and hydrate. But who was the new character? I saw.
Bran.
No,
The new
not
pirate guy's
Bran.
Bran.
No. It was like a
Phoebe?
data mined female character.
Oh, Katertia?
Yeah.
The elf?
She
The
looks very
tall
cool.
elf girl? Oh.
Yeah.
People said she's I think like I saw a streamer saying he was like he mentioned this like tidbit that is like so interesting is that like the way they displayed the character seems to be like in specific order that is possible. That is like it's basically like a teaser for like when like which version the character comes in.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Because like the way they displayed it in the the teaser from like the last like developer like show.
Oh yes.
So the way they
it was
displayed it
Bran,
is
not
like Cantarella
Fran.
shows up first,
But very close.
and then there's the scene where Zani like is like stretching her neck and stuff like that. And then
Okay.
there is the Bard elf girl, like the elf looking girl, like the Bard, the one with the guitar and everything. And then the last one is like Katertia, where like she was staring down at like the character.
Right.
So apparently people are like, this is like 2.2, 2.3, 2.4, 2.5, or something.
I saw
something
people
like that.
thinking
No,
something like yeah. Okay.
that's what people said. So I was like, you know what? That kind of makes sense because like Cantarella is coming first, and then like I think there's gonna be Zani next. I don't know if it's the same version, but like it's gonna be like I think it's possible that the character is gonna be like coming up that way.
Okay.
So yeah, I am definitely pulling for all of them because all of them are pretty.
Yeah. Once Zani definitely gets in the game, I want to get her too.
You don't want the jellyfish girl? She's
Which one's
basically
who's the jellyfish girl?
Cantarella.
How do you spell that? Is that the character I'm thinking of? Cantadon.
Cantare.
Oh.
No, Canta.
Oh man. Withering.
Let me see. Let me see if I can just send you the. There.
Because
Can you
I
see
think
it?
this is. Oh yes, yes. No. Okay, this is the girl I was thinking of. Yes. Okay.
Yes, that's her. And then Zani, which is like the office girl, like the overworked.
Yeah,
office
Zani. I
lady.
definitely want. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I definitely want that too. I think there's a leak for her too, like her second form or something.
Oh,
Where
just
they-
turn into like a
yeah,
demon
so,
or
like-
something.
Oh, yeah, let me Google it real quick. You gotta see it. Here, I'm sending
see
it
if I
to you
can-
now. There.
Let me see if I can add this to
Look at
the.
Look at that, the second form.
Oh. Wait, what happened? Okay,
Right?
hang on. Let me. How do I open this?
So basically, her shirts got ripped, and then like it shows like her it shows her full like arm. Like I don't know what happened to her, but god damn, would. That's all I would say. Would. I mean,
At first, I thought she was a werewolf. In all honesty, with
see,
Oh.
now that I see her second form like this, it makes sense with her weapon. Like when you see the weapon,
She's
like,
a
being
shield,
so
right?
big and every stuff.
yeah,
It's like imagine like the charge axe on like no charge blade on what
yeah,
it's a
yeah.
sword and shield in one.
Mm.
Yeah. So yeah.
And then this is the other one. Yep. But yeah, both of these characters look very good. It's so small. I hate it sometimes. Have you ever tried opening a Google, like an image in Google, and it says like it's
Yeah, and then it's so small.
yeah,
Bullshit.
it's like
Why you lied
Why,
to
why?
me, Google?
Hmm.
I need a picture, not a freaking thumbnail. But yeah, like the man.
Hmm.
I am so looking forward to like the update. Why does it have to happen after my break is done? I'm so sad. Cause like Bran is coming like this week, I think. I think DB is going out like tomorrow or the next day. And then after that is Bran, 3 weeks, like 21 days, right? And then 2.2. And then I have to be back at work already. I don't want to be working. I wish I have a sugar mommy.
Yep.
I don't want to work. I don't want to work.
Don't we all?
Or let me win a lottery.
Hmm.
Keep hearing my name. What, friend? Why?
I think it's
sugar
because
mommies get-
Brand, depending on how you like say it, it can kind of sound similar, right?
It's Bran with a B.
It's not Brant. It's Brant.
Brand. Yeah. Brant.
Hmm.
But yeah, looking forward to what the game has in store. I think there's also Do It Night Abyss. Oh, I'm so sad I didn't get the beta. People have been saying it's very similar to like the way Warframe works.
Ah, okay.
Like it feels like what if Warframe is a gacha game? Judging by like what people streaming, like people were streaming it I think last week or something.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it feels like to me. Like there's a lot of game modes that is like straight rip off from like Warframe, and then the way they do the equipment, like the artifact and relic thingy, it's also the same thing as Warframe. So yeah, I was like, this is just Genshin if it's anime. No, this is just Warframe if it's anime.
Yeah, what is it like? Ananta, I think, is going to get really popular because it's just a lot of people are going to call it GTA. But
Ananta doesn't have any like more previews so far. I've only heard leaks of it. And NTE has a preview, but like the preview doesn't seem promising, not gonna lie. Like the combat and everything feels like when I think I saw a glimpse of like a leak or something, it felt so stiff. It feels like looking at like TOF combat again. And I'm like, I would have to take
There's also another one that I saw recently that looked like Breath of the Wild or like Tears of the Kingdom, where you're like making your own like vehicles and stuff. Like, but it was also like kind of Power World too, because I think you were collecting a lot of like creatures out in the wild. But yeah, there's a lot of great upcoming gacha games. I'm also looking forward, because Shadowverse Worlds Beyond is going to have some announcement stuff later, like in a couple weeks.
What is that? Is that like the expansion of the card game? Because I know Shadowverse is the card game, right?
Yeah, Shadowverse is the card game, and essentially they're remaking the card game. Like it's like a 2.0 with Worlds Beyond.
Oh.
So
okay. Not my
and
thing.
And it looks really cool because they're going to be like, you'll have your own avatar and you can go around in a world and like challenge people that way. And it looks very fun. Like, and
Honor
it kind
of
of
Kings
sinks.
also have like Honor of Kings. I think one is to have like a gacha game or something. Or Honor of Kings. No, open world open world action RPG. Honor of Kings World. Honor of Kings is like a mobile game.
Oh, okay.
But they make think of it of like League, and then like if League trying to make an MMO, which is like technically what they were doing, right? Technically.
They're still trying. It's in development apparently. So
maybe we'll never know. They're not going to do any updates of it because they don't want to like give people false hope, right? They just want to focus on the game. That's what they say last time.
Right.
We'll see if it actually comes out.
I hope so, but yeah, we'll wait and see.
I don't have any big hopes for Riot Games.
They
Did you not hear the recent updates? They removed the free like chess.
Oh, you did you hear that they added them back in?
Really?
Yep, they did. It was people complained enough, and they said, "Yeah, we're sorry. Like we did not realize how much you guys actually, enjoyed them."
Oh, we did not realize how much you enjoy not spending money on our game.
Well, I think it's one of the things where it's like they've had this problem before with Riot, where it's like because everything's unlocked for the developers at Riot, they don't realize certain things with people going through the game, like and how.
Exactly.
So
that's why I'm like
it's nerve-wracking, right?
Why,
it's when you see decisions in games that are made by developers that don't play the game. Yeah.
Yeah, this is also why a company would never try to be too good. Because once you put a step into like a good thing, like what Riot did, like for example, like you can grind basically for all the skins, right? In the free chest, at least. I don't know if the chest also includes like all
I don't know
the
if you could
rewards.
technically grind for it, because I think there is like a limit and stuff to how much you could get. It was more like you had a chance of getting something good, right? To say that
there's a limit, but you can. I think the limit is like weekly, so you can eventually get something good out of it. But like the fact is that like you can there's a chance before, and then you remove that chance, and suddenly people mad, and like when once you do something good, and then you cannot take it away basically. So if for example, I think easiest example would be the pity system on Genshin when they first released. Once you add a pity system on the gacha game, people realize that like companies can do that. Like any other gacha games that doesn't do pity system, are gonna be like, what the fuck? Why didn't you guys do this? Huh? Where's the pity system?
Well, that was every gacha game before Genshin. But
exactly, and now suddenly every gacha games are like, hey, where is the pity system? Like you could have added this before. Why didn't you? Now we want this. Now we've seen what is possible.
No, wait.
And we don't want to back down now. And now every gacha game that comes out after Genshin have pity system, right?
Well, I want to be clear. Genshin was not the one that invented the pity system.
It
right?
wasn't, but it was the one that popularized it. Like the only
every game before Genshin, I would say, still had a pity system. Now they didn't have it in the same way that Genshin did, where it's like, a 50-50 and then the guarantee
It
at
is
some
a
point.
clear cut.
But they always had a pity system of you obtaining the characters at a certain point. What it would be varied. And the reason for that and the reason why they did it is actually because the companies got sued. So that's the reason why pities got added into the game to begin with. But
Yeah, which is fair, but like it wasn't popular enough, and then now that the game is popular enough, Genshin is like basically the example that you would use. Also, like the pity system, like for example, the Grand Blue Fantasy that you explained earlier, it's 300 pulls.
yeah.
Imagine if you need 300 pulls to get a character from like something like Genshin.
I think that would depend on what else you're getting with it, right? Because like with Genshin, it's terrible because you don't get anything else. Like you can't get any other 5 stars.
You mean you can get like the standard 5 stars, right?
Yeah, but what about
Even
all
on-
the
even
other
on the
limited
character
units
banner.
that came out before then?
Nope, fuck you.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Is like, I think it would be better if you could actually obtain those other characters along the way.
So
and
would you like it if they do 300 pity, but like you can get other characters from the
yeah, if they
the-
weren't limited, and every patch I still had a chance to pull like.
Yeah, there's the same chance of like between getting like something like in Genshin, for example, something like Diluc, and then like there's the same chance of getting Diluc or like getting something like Xiao, which
I
is
think
a character from the old version, right?
I think so long as I was able to pick anything from the banner after I did that amount of pulls, I wouldn't care what I got at getting up to that point, if that makes sense.
That's a interesting take. I personally wouldn't want to get like reach 300. It would be like so painful.
Really? I think it's fine because then it kind of turns it into like an event, right? Because then it's like, cool, now it's my time to pull stuff and
No,
let
but if
me
I
see
have to
what
do
I
that
can get.
every time,
But again, I think But if you got a bunch of stuff and then it's like you could build a bunch of new teams and everything and try to mess with it, I think it's kind of worth it, right? Like, because it feels like, cool, now I've got some new stuff to work towards for the next while I'm building up the pity, and then...
imagine you're in Genshin right now. Is this 5 point something? They're doing what you say on this next banner, right? And then along the way you can get anyone from like the first character, which is Fenty, up all the way to like Mavuika, which is like the latest
Right.
before, right? Right?
Correct.
Would you be happy if like, first of all, you gotta save up 300 pulls to get there, right?
Right.
Second of all, like along the way, the characters that you get are gonna be like someone like Fenty, which is fucking useless nowadays. Or like how many standard banner characters I have? How many limited banner characters that Genshin have?
There's a lot, like, but
like a lot of those characters are basically almost useless in like its current state.
And as long as I got Malvika at the end, I would be fine with that. Yeah.
Yeah, but like at that point, you might as well get the system that we have right now, guaranteed Mavuika at like 180.
Yeah, but then once she's gone, right? Like if you don't pull at that specific time, and then it kind of sucks.
But
so like, so long as
we're talking about trying to get the character now, right? It's much easier for me to save up 180 pulls than 300 to begin with.
So are you saying like from a standpoint of like you just started playing the game right away, or like as a existing player?
No, in terms of like me saving up, because like you said earlier, when you do that system, usually you only get less character per year because you have to save that much.
I actually wouldn't say that you get less characters per year. You pull less times per year, but you would probably still get about the same characters per year. In fact, I actually probably make more money or
less characters that you could possibly want, because now like on the way to the 300 pulls, the characters are random.
True,
you may be getting characters that you want, but most of the time you probably get the characters that you don't want.
I think it's a different system because like the character, I feel like a lot of the characters are still useful in some way. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
I just feel like there's a reason why people like the system that Genshin came up with more than like what Grand Blue Fantasy came up with. There must be a reason, right?
I think the main thing is just because it carries over from banner to banner, right?
That's a great thing. When I heard like Arknight's Enfield, I'm not gonna do that. I'm like, what the fuck, bro?
You see, that's the thing where it's like I hear Arknights and I think that sounds like an amazing system to me. In all honesty,
because the fact that you have to reach 120, that means anything less than 120, great. I'm not gonna pull.
Yeah, exactly. Like now you're making sure that you're getting like, because do you pull? Let me ask this: when you pull in Honkai Star Rail or Genshin, like don't you at least pull only when you have 90 pulls on them?
No.
Okay, then that's a difference between you and me, because I only pull when I have at least a guaranteed 50-50, if not more.
I would try to save up that much for the characters that I wanted, but if the characters that I don't want and I just feel like I'm feeling cheeky.
Oh, I would never do that.
I would just do it just because if I get it, oh nice. If I don't get it, I mean, the pity stays, right?
You see, I feel like that's a bad habit.
And also the fact that like in Enfield, like if I want to whale like I think Enfield is like the game that you kind of envision, because like the game is like 120 pulls, you have to save up a lot, and then like it's guaranteed the first time, and then like if you want to get like the dupes, it's not guaranteed anymore.
It's not guaranteed. Yeah. It honestly, Enfield sounds amazing to me.
Yeah, because that means it's gonna give us it gives a hard time for people that is like in the low, like people that spend no money and people that spends a lot of money, because they're focusing on the dolphins.
No,
So
why would it be bad for the low ends? Because they're guaranteed their characters, right, at 120, which is cheaper than Genshin or even Star Rail, right? Because to get your guaranteed in those,
if you
right, because to get your pity in those, you have to do 180, like to get your guarantee.
No, but the 5-star is guaranteed at 90. It doesn't.
That's not the banner. That's not the banner 5-star. That's a 50-50 on either the banner. No, but it's a
5-star banner. But the pity for like Arknight Enfield, like at least from what I've heard, is that the 5-star is on 120.
No, there is an earlier one than that, from what I remember, and the 120 is the guarantee.
I mean, if it's 60, then like sure, that means it's a great overall banner. If it's if it's 60, you get a 5-star, and then like 50%, and then like 120 is fixed. That means like the hard pity is 60, right? That means it's great. But that also means that's the same system as Genshin, except
no,
that, like,
the hard pity would still be 120, right?
And what's the fucking point? I might as well do Genshin.
Well, no, because Genshin's hard pity is 180.
No, hard pity is 90.
No,
hard
that's
pity
soft
for a
pity.
5-star.
That's soft pity.
No, that's not how you use hard and soft pity, bro.
Okay, so to me, hard pity is the guaranteed.
Hard pity is a guaranteed 5-star.
No,
like
it should
SSR.
Hard pity should be guaranteed banner character. Like
that is not a hard pity.
That is the hard pity.
That is, you're being weird here. That's not how people define hard pity.
If you're not defining hard pity like that, then that's not, because that doesn't mean anything. Like, who cares if you have a chance of getting a 50-50? Like, you care about the character. That's the soft pity is the 50-50. The hard pity is the 180.
I wanna cite an experience that I have before, where we had like a similar, like not with you,
yeah,
with someone else, where I had like a similar discussion, where it's like, it's not about your definition, it's about what people agrees to, like what you said, and most
I feel like people
agree that like hard pity is when you get a rare character, a 5-star, or like an SSR.
And I feel like, and again, maybe this is the difference, where, because I feel like before in gacha games, that is what people would have called the hard pity. Now, maybe with the new Genshin stuff, they are calling it something different. And if they are, I think they're stupid for doing that. but hard
I mean, I
pity
don't.
should be the banner character.
I don't know.
Because what would you consider soft pity to be then?
Soft pity is like when you're not guaranteed a 5-star, but you have a higher chance of getting it. So like in soft pity, I think like in like hard pity is like 100% of getting SSR because like that's the hard limit of the number before the counter resets, right? Soft pity is like the numbers before it that gives you increased chance of getting SSR.
But those numbers are always bullshit because they happen like at the 10 pulls before you would get that hard pity anyway.
It is. That's why it's called
So
soft
it's
pity.
like there's no points to
So like
that.
when you reach the soft pity, it went from like I think like from 1% chance to like 20% chance or something like that, right? Overall, as you winding up like towards the end, marching toward the end.
But people are still going to be doing the 10 pull anyway, so it's not like that's actually changing anything.
That's you. See, that's the problem. That's what you do. Most people do 5 pulls. Most people pull one by one when they reach 70.
That's no. I don't think that's the case. I think that is a very niche thing. People pulling one by one. I think most people
No,
do 10 pulls.
Most people pulled for. Most people actually counted their pity.
No.
You were
That
the
is
one-
that is
you
such a
are
lie.
th-
That
you
is
are
cope.
one of the rare people that like literally told me that like, hey, I don't count my pity. I'm just gonna do 10 pulls and I'll get the characters or I don't.
Right. Because that's how everybody does that. Like you don't like. I think the average
do,
person
R?
just does 10 pull.
I pull until I have 1 left before 4-star. Wait, what?
I don't know. I feel like people that count their pulls are in the minority. Like you're gonna count them until you hit those pity
What do
points.
you mean in the minority?
Like I think, like so, they're gonna say like, okay, they're gonna count until the 50-50, and then they're gonna count to.
This opinion is gonna cause a civil war between me and like sequel. It's gonna be like this is like the Captain America versus Iron Man problem here.
I don't know. I would love to hear what people say, but it's like I feel like that's in the minority to do
You know
single
what?
pulls.
We're gonna one of these days we should do like a post of that before our stream, and then we're gonna discuss it on the next random ramble or something.
Right.
Do you count your pity when you pull?
Well, it's not so
Okay.
much do you count your pity. It's like, do you do single pulls for your pities? Like, is the
No, that means you count it, right? Because like when you're counting up to like the tens, and then like because like most of the soft pity starts at like 65 or 75.
right? Which
The
I think
soft
is
pity
stupid because that doesn't affect anything. Because like you're still gonna pull like from 60 to
Well,
70.
it does
and then,
because like that's what you said earlier. If the character, if people want to like, for example, if people want to pull for the weapon banner, right? The less pull they spend on the character banner, the more they can pull on the weapon banner, right? So they want to try to get the character as early possible without the 10 pulls, and then switch the character banner, like weapon banner.
I don't know. I still don't think people would do that. I feel like they just pull the 10 pulls and until they get to either that 90 or 180. Like
I need a pull with this. I need a pull. I'm gonna go to like every streamer that I knew of. Be like, hey, do you count your pity? Do you pull one by one when you reach like the pity? Like if you reach in the 70 pulls and then the pity is 75, do you count it? Do you go one by one? I want to kind of want to see. Because a lot of people,
I would be interested to see.
a lot of people that care about the characters usually would do that. Like no, actually, a lot of people that care about the current banner because usually they would want to split the polls between the banner character and the banner weapons. So they would try to maximize when they get the character and then switch to the weapon banner with the rest. Usually,
I
that's
just feel like people
that
would
doesn't spend money. Because if people that think things like you are the people that doesn't spend people that doesn't spend money, because if you're spending people that thinks like you actually spends money, because then like it doesn't matter. I have this amount of money, just gonna keep going.
Well, no, because
my
I don't
plan today
spend
is
money.
to
I don't
get
spend money all the
S6.
time. Like
No, that's what I'm saying. Like people that think like you are usually people that spend money on the game because then they have more polls that they couldn't care less.
I don't know.
Hey, I'm planning to S6 today the character. We're just gonna keep pulling. I'm gonna keep swiping until we get it. Doesn't matter when.
Maybe it's just my old manness where it's like, I remember back when gacha games you had to save up. So
Back in my days. See, this
like,
is the difference in the generation, guys. This is
right, because
this is the perfect example of like the old audience and the modern audience right here. I'm the modern audience.
Because like to me, it's like you don't pull on something unless you know you're getting it. Like that's the thing. So like to me, it doesn't make any difference if I got it at 80 or 90 because I had the 90 pulls to get there. So,
but at that point, that's not if you guarantee to get the character, it's not gambling anymore. Cannot get the gambling addicts with it, you know.
Yeah. Oh well, if they get it earlier, that's fine. And if I have to get it at 90 every time because the game doesn't like me, then.
Man, that suck ass. You see what happened to me when that happened. I stopped playing the game when it happened.
Right. Exactly.
Oh, speaking. Quick note.
Yes.
On Honga Staro. I was pulling on standard banner yesterday. I got 5-star 5 in a row.
Oh wow, nice. Okay.
Yeah. Here. I'll show you the picture real quick.
I tried pulling for Tribi, but I lost the 50-50. So.
I didn't try to pull for the Tribi. I was like, I'm not gonna pull for the characters anymore, so I'm just gonna like use the standard banner to finish the battle pass quest.
Ah, okay.
And then look at this. And then look at this. It was just raining.
No, nice. I
was like, what the hell? Where are you when I needed you back then?
The game's trying to get you back in. They've seen you have been gone for a while, so they've upped your your pull rate on 5 stars.
My rate, everything is planned right there. I got like 5, I got 2 5-star like back to back in the standard banner. I was like, what the hell? I wish it's the standard. I wish it's like the limited banner, because I did pull for Herta.
No, okay.
I just didn't have her build when I was doing MOC. Because Relic is fucking ass. I spent 2,000 energy on the relics.
Ooh,
I didn't get what I needed. Even now, my Herta is not really. It's not really built.
I did get lucky on some, but then I also used that new system to like guarantee some of the pieces to be certain things. So
I used the reroll thingy that they gave me. I used like 4 of them. Only one of them is only one of them is any use. Like everything, like the other 3 rolls to flat defense or like HP or something. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? I spent like 4 rerolls on this. This is bullshit. And like even the last one that I used, I think it went from like 1 crit damage to like 2 crit damage. So it went from +1 to +2, basically the crit damage. And then everything else still went like all like to everything else. And I'm like, this is better at technically, so I guess like might as well save it. But yeah, my Herta is kind of ass. Like I think like 160% critical damage or something like that.
I feel like Herta also really likes her light cone too a lot as well. So
I have the light cone.
Okay.
I have the light cone of the character. Some of the relics are okay. I think like it has like at least like 1 good substats. I was hoping for like 2 or 3 maybe. Because like I think like her weapon has like crit rate, like good crit rate, like +10% I think or something. They had like
it's
some
the extra
stuff,
like
but,
skill points is that's really
yeah. So yeah. I don't know if I'm gonna come back to the game, but it's clear the game is trying to get me back.
Yeah, I'll be playing through the story this week, and so I'm hoping it ends better than the last.
Tomorrow, you mean? I'm pretty sure you
tomorrow.
want to stream
tomorrow.
Right?
Yep.
Let's see if you can finish it tomorrow.
I'll be interested to see how long it is actually. But
I saw some people's like opinion on it. It's not good. There's like a sequence where like they're about to like go into a fight with Mighty. So no. Mighty was about to go fight with like an NPC. They talk for a whole like 5 minutes before they get into the battle.
See, it'll depend because it's like the thing was like I thought the story was getting interesting even if the storytelling wasn't great. But like
the story
problem
was
is
never bad. The problem is always the storytelling that most people wanted.
But like it ended. I felt like 3.0 ended so terribly. It didn't resolve anything. And that's what really
That's-
pissed me off. So if 3.1
that's-
ends the same way, I'm gonna be mad. But
But that's
I'll
how
wait
they
to get
do
through
it, right? Penacony didn't end anything in 2.0 or 2.1. It just gives you more,
I know,
like, you know.
and that's what I
open-ended.
hate. That's I want to do more like Wuthering Waves, where it's like you actually resolve the story and then you can
The
continue
act
on.
gets. I mean, even Wuthering Waves, they don't really solve, like, they solve some things and then they tease a new
Yes,
thing.
yes. But I think that's how
like,
you should
I
do
think
it.
the way
like,
I think the way Wuthering Wave does it is like you get this one big quest that doesn't end immediately, right? But then there's an act inside it that gets ended properly with each version.
right. Mm.
I think that's a good way to tell the story. Yeah, because like personally, there's some satisfaction from like resolving a certain problem, but like the overarching problem is still there for you to like continue through. Yeah, I think that's fair. I hope they do that, you know, for your sake.
Yep.
I'll probably try to go to get into like Zenless maybe in this week, like Zenless and Nikki, maybe, assuming I can get off like Monster Hunter Wilds.
Yeah, that's the big thing. Wilds is the because I really want to jump back into that. Is more. I hate that I wasn't really able to play it today because I want to mess around with like the Switch axe and some other stuff. So
that's fair.
But yeah,
I
anyway.
think that's. You should probably end that there.
Yes. Do you have anything else you want to?
Holding you so long.
No, you're good. No? You're good. Are you gonna be streaming anything else this week or?
I'm still not sure if I'm gonna stream anything. The usual Wuthering Wave stream, like, you know, I'm doing my weekly stuff at like midnight, like around Sunday midnight. I'd say like 12 p.m. basically. No, 12 p.m. Saturday. So like basically like, you know, Sunday morning, super morning. But yeah, I don't know. How do you people in America call it? Like if I'm streaming in like Saturday, but like it's like, you know, 12 a.m.
It would be Sunday, yeah.
Do I say it? It's like midnight Saturday or like midnight Sunday? How do you say it in America?
That's a good. I would call it midnight Saturday, but I see what you're saying. Though,
yeah. Okay, yeah. Because like at first I was confused because like do people understand this when I said like Saturday midnight? Because then I'd be like, oh, Saturday midnight, and then they're gonna come in and like, you know, Friday.
I think up
like,
till I think up to midnight is fine. But then if you were to say 1 p.m. or something, or like even like 12:30.
Yeah, 1 a.m. Then that means like, yeah, anything else above that is like should be considered the next day. Okay, that's fair. That's a fair take. Thank you for the help there.
Yep.
All right, folks.
But yeah, I think it's time for us to end it
here. Yeah, Grandpa needs some sleep, and I need. Yes. I got some monster to hunt.
Good luck with your hunts, man. Thank you again, so everybody, for stopping by, and we'll see you all again in the next time.
Thank you.
Yep. Bye.